Hello, 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 folks. Gonna be starting in about 3 minutes. Hello, 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 everyone. Thanks for coming on by the stream. Today, we're going to be doing the leak code of the day as usual. A couple of code wars. We are not doing anything with Firebase. Those are old tabs. Don't ignore those. And then we're going to be working on our pairwise sorter, adding all kinds of cool stuff. Basically, as much stuff as we can add, but we're going to start off with Goldfish memory. Goldfish is here, folks. We're going to start with some animations, some helpful development stuff, and then some Cypress end-to-end tests. We're going to be using the auto animate library to do the animation. So they're not going to be amazing animations. Things are going to be like, there's going to be things, and they're just going to whoosh. They're going to go left to right. So nothing too crazy. Hey, Car6, thanks for coming on by. And yeah, Firebase is super interesting. I haven't used every Firebase, what do you call them? Features, I suppose. I've used the auth and the real-time database, but I haven't used all of them. And I was just looking at that for something else I was helping someone else on. But yeah, it's been a hot minute, so it's a fun thing to do. Don't think you necessarily need to use it, but if you don't want a backend, Firebase can do a lot of that stuff. Hope your Tuesday's going well, by the way, Car6. if that is LeetCode time. So if that's not 20, I know how to math. There you go. Good old 20 minutes. So this is the LeetCode of the day. If y'all want a linky link to it, there it is. So, given a string, find the first non-repeating character and return its index. If it does not exist, find one. And let me goldfish memory. I've been really bad at this. I'm trying to get better at this. How do I want to do this? There we go. Got that up there, ready to go. And we have 3 examples. Given the string LeetCode, we are to return the number of 0, which is supposed to represent an index, so it's the letter L. Otherwise, in this example, we'll return the number 2 to represent V, because V is the first non-repeating. Then we have AABB, we return -1 because all characters are repeating. Okay, so those are all parameters. Last index equals index of basically lamb sauce. Except I don't know if we actually using index of might be a possible solution. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Thanks for coming on by too. Feel like Tuesday's going well. Those are parameters. We're expected to return, as you've mentioned, the index of the first character that is not repeating. Those are examples, and for pseudocode, last index of did not come to mind initially, but that is an option, so that's the one I'm going to go for. So essentially, I'm going to loop through all the characters in the array. So should write pseudocode, not speak it. So for each car and array, if car index of triple equals our last index of, then mark as non-repeating. I'm going to keep up here. I'm going to also initialize a variable, which is going to be first non. Well, wait a minute. I don't need to keep track of all of them. I only care about the first one. This is going from left to right in the first place. First one will be the first one. So if I find one, then I don't indeed need to mark it or remember it. I just need to return index. Otherwise, I return -1. So that sounds like the brute force pseudocode. And remember, folks, while you could spend forever optimizing it, you should get to a solution first and then optimize your solution after. So for let I equals 0, we're going to use a for loop to go through the string. It has a length property and I++. Now, using that little index of trick, I think we can use s.index of, or return the index of whatever element you pass it, in this case, the character. And a non-repeating character will have an index of and a last index of the same value. So if the index of and the last index of character, which is the string index by the ith index, are equal, then we can guarantee it is not repeating and return s.index of si. Again, very bad code, but can't prove anything if you write it all perfect the first time. Let's see how it runs. It actually runs. Glad to hear it. Now I assume this can be done a little better. So the first thing we can do is we can save this index. So first index of equals this value right here. Cut, paste, and paste. So this is immediately an optimization in that we don't make the same call twice. We call it once, put it in the variable, and then reference the variable twice. Next optimization, again a slight one. We assigning the character to a variable. for essentially the exact same reason. Instead of indexing the string twice, we just index it once and reference the variable when we need to use the current character. Now this works. Let's just go ahead and give this a run, see how well it works. See if we get any time limit exceeded warnings. Because the fact that we're calling, oh, never mind, that's gonna work. So, yay, another gold coin. So my assumption here, that proved to be false in this case, for this easy leak code, was that calling index of on all these characters and then last index of, both of which I think are O of N operations, would be too expensive, and therefore would take too long. Turns out that was not the case. Here's the example in which I'm talking about. Let's take example 3. So A index of triple equals, so 0 and 1. Boom. And then we check here and we do it again. So once we process a character, we should never process a character again. That will be my first optimization. Basically keeping track of all the characters we've looked at, and if the current character is one of those characters, ignoring it. Now, I'm trying to think, is there a way to be faster without using index of? So first, non-repeating character. So without index of, if we traverse through the entire string, keep a count of all of the scene characters, and then we return the key of the first count that is not, or that is 1, then that should also be our solution. So yeah, that's what I'm going to try now, be without an index of. See how it fares. So const counts equals new map, because that is the data structure you're supposed to use for arbitrary key value assignments. And then we're just going to loop through all the characters. Const char of s. It's going to be counts.set. So set the new count of car to the old count of car. Counts.get car plus 1. But wait a minute, what if the character was never counted before? Well, we don't want to do this plus 1, because counts.get a key that doesn't have a value will be undefined. So we say this or 0 plus 1. Now for this, once we have all our counts, we can validate by doing a little console loggy. Hello, hello, code. Show me the count. Okay, yeah, so we see our counts right here. And look what is always the first one. So for leak code, L is our first key, and that is our answer, 0. Then for our second one, we have V, which is 0, 1, 2, also our answer. And for the third one, we have both of them are 2, so neither of those are our answers. Now we are noticing we are missing some information here. We're missing the index in our thing. I mean, it is working. L-O... Yeah, I don't know if that would be stable to just use the index of the key in the order. We can try, though. We can always try. So we want the keys of it. I don't think we can do a magic return for const key. Well, technically this is car. Then we have count of counts dot entries, which will return an iterable of tuples, which are basically just arrays of a fixed size. The first element is the key, the second one is the value, the key being the character, the value being the count. Now we're going to say, hey, if count triple equals 1, we need to return the index of this character. And you know what we're going to cheat? We're going to use index of, just to see if this part's working. Okay, so that part is working, but now we need the index of these in our iterable of entries. So we're going really out there now. We are spreading this into a new array and then calling entries on that. So which is going to give us again key value, but now that we're in an array, the key is I. The value is whatever it is, which again we're going to continue destructuring. Let's see if we can return I accurately. I think we won't be able to, but let's see. Oh, so it passes the easy test cases. Fortunately, we don't have any harder ones on deck to test with, so we're just gonna have to go with it. Yeah, I don't think maybe we can minimize this to one line, I guess. Funsies, and I won't minimize that because it's already hard to read. We'll see. I'm pretty sure this ain't gonna work though. Yeah, let's finally have an example we can test with our wackadoodle code. DDDCC DBBA. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're returning 3 because this is the third one, but the index isn't actually a 3. That makes a lot of sense once I can see it. This is sometimes, folks, you can't fit it all in your brain. You just need to see something in front of you. So this ain't gonna work. Because what we want is, in addition to the count, we need to also store the first index with this character. So what we can do here is, so in our counts, this is where we need to do the thing, and keep track of not just the count, but also the first index. So, which means we also need the index from our loop here. So we can, that depends 5 different ways to do this. Const I, we can switch it from an of loop to an in loop to get our index, and then we'll also need the character. So either way, we're going to technically need both. I'm trying to think if I can use the entries trick again. I think I can. I and car of dot entries, and if entry doesn't exist on the string, we shall convert it to an array. Okay, I think that is what we want. But this is the logic that we gotta change a little bit. So we do have our const new count equals const new index equals this. So what we technically want is we want this to default to an old value. So const previous equals counts.get current, or this is where our object magic happens. An object with an index of I and a count of 0. There we go. And what do? We say, oh, you know what? Since this is a map and we're now storing an object in the map, we can be a little cheeky. But we do have to do some setting. Trying to get too fancy here. So if not count. So if there's no previous count, then we have to store this previous object in our counts. Then after that, since objects are stored in reference, not by value, we can be like, okay, previous dot count plus plus. And this mutates the count property in this object, which we just stored in the map. But we don't need to store it again because it's the same object modified by reference. And then from here, we can destructure index and count from our value object. And here we return index. Sadness. Unexpected token F. Okay. We got some parentheses up here. There we go. Parenthesis misbalance. Gotta fix it. Hey, Cal Archer, how's it going? Your Tuesday's been going well. Hope that that chart project's going pretty well too. So our string does not have a dot entries method. Surprise, surprise. We'll convert to an array. There we go. And you know what? Just for readability, I'm gonna shove that down there. That looks good to me. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any better than that. Let's give it a run. Sadness. Oh, -1 is supposed to be what I'm supposed to return. Okay, that was a failure on my part because I didn't run the actual code. It returned -1. Ah, how could it? Okay, so obviously either I'm not updating it or I'm not reading it, right? Best way to figure it out is to console log. Mm-hmm. Ooh, our maps are empty, so I am not setting it right because this checks if it's nothing, but I need to check if it's 1 because I just incremented it, like right here. There we go. Okay, so that was complete oversight on my account. Trying to be fancy and optimize it. Remember, every change you make sure you run it. Now look, and the runtime is basically the same as expected. We use a little more memory because we're storing a thing in memory, which I guess a space complexity is O of C, where C is the number of unique characters in the string that then technically have an object. So as how would you calculate that? Space C times 2, because we store 2 things for every unique character. Sounds good enough to me. No, we could also reduce this by having a count of things that happen once. So without even iterating through this, we can do an early -1 return. I think that's enough optimizing for one problem. Let's see what the LeetCode official solutions are. Okay, 131,000 Java. So it's a frequency map, kind of like what I did. Oh, so they, instead of storing, so they actually used a more efficient data structure than I did. They stored the character code in the thing. Wait a minute. So it's technically a double loop. Mine was a single. Hmm. Okay, I see. It's a little different. Let's find a JavaScript one so we can actually read it. 149. Alright, there's lamb sauce's suggestion. Index of and last index of. Easy. Yeah, I mean, you were right. You were right up there with the best of them. 3,000s. Oh, and here's my solution. Map. So it's instead of, so here they do a double loop over the data. I just looped over, they do double loop over the string. I did one loop over the string and one loop over the data. Basically, a different way of doing it. Here's the find indexes. Oh, find index. I forgot about that method. Yeah, a whole bunch of different ways to do it. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Good, easy LeetCode. And then with that, it's time to jump into our main project. So, this is our Pairwise Sorter. For those who don't know, I'll give a brief rundown. Don't know why that command. Clear that terminal with some old terminal stuff. It'd be real embarrassing if it ain't. Oh, don't know what that's angry about. It'd be real embarrassing if it's broken at the moment. I don't think it is, though. Gotta wait for the Heroku thing to spin up, as all good Heroku apps go. And here it is. So, basic full stack app, you have a list of things. You can do full OAuth login and authentication. Pick your favorite OAuth provider. There's a pretty good chance I got them shoved in here. Get the Google, the Discord, the GitHub, the Twitch, the Twitter, and the Dropbox. And then boom, since I only have one account, it just figured out who I was. Then you can go to all the lists that you own. Do I not own this list? Okay, so that was weird. Hold up. Okay, well this app allows you to make lists, and then you can sort those lists by what things are in them. And the efficient thing is that it asks you in which order 3, 4, 2, 5, 6. So you have a bunch of things in a list. You can go to your unsorted list, be very sad about how unsorted it is, then enter sort mode, in which it asks you which comes first in the list. And after you answer the least amount of questions that is required to actually sort the list, that's the quote magic algorithm behind it, it will output a fully sorted list. So I have to actually answer the questions now. I chose numbers because that makes it extremely obvious how it's working. Yeah, man. Almost there. I should not have added so many items to the list. Sometimes it's a little tedious, but it is useful once you get through them all. And it is partially sorted right now, too, for if you don't want to answer every question. And ta-da! Fully sorted list. Now, what we're going to do is add a few cool things to it, but we're not doing that now. I had a list there, and it just disappeared into the void, so I have to, figure out where that went. So we're gonna fix a bug first. Which means I gotta go open my compass, which is why you can't see my screen. As soon as I get these credentials in, you will be able to see once again. There we go, okay. The credentials are all off screen. Let's see, where did my data go? Okay, so yeah, we got a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, it's gone. Huh. Well, let's delete some of these things while we're here. Clean it up a little bit. Hey, Sash, or Shash, how's it going? We're messing around with our pairwise sorter today. We're fixing a bug that just happened while I was trying to demonstrate the thing. Ooh, so that is actually a pixelation, so that's an OBS overlay. I can show you. I'll give you a link to, it wasn't me who figured it out, it was Techie Girl. I will drop that link in chat though. Where is their link? Here it is, Pixelate Screen Capture in OBS. Let me grab that URL for you. Sha it is. There you go. That's the blog I followed to figure it out, and then I just put my own little spin on it, did some overlay text, messed with the animations. Essentially, it's my screen, but at a resolution of like 100 pixels, scale it up with the bad algorithm, and then transition between. So, nothing too crazy, but it does its job for appropriately sized text. Yeah, we're going to be deleting a lot of these too. Wow, we have a lot of sessions in here. Why are there so many sessions? Now, someone's not doing their job. Can I do a delete? No, okay, I'm not deleting sessions then. Yeah, I can tweak the blurriness by determining what resolution it is. So, like, I have a 1920 by 1080, so I just went and chopped off the last number to basically give it a 10 times blurriness, but yeah, you can use whatever scaling you want, and that will increase or decrease how many pixels it pixelates as. So you can see, like, each letter becomes one pixel, or every 5 letters becomes 1 pixel. But do be careful though, if you're actually hiding secrets with a lower blurry resolution. Some algorithms can de-blur text, so don't use a low resolution without making sure that your text is no more than 1 pixel, because any more, and there's some algorithm out there that can figure it out. Yeah, there are tons of them. The bunch of deblurring algorithms. The more they know about how you blur it, the more they'll be able to figure it out. But some of them just brute force it. Some of them attempt, machine learning and stuff. There's always it's an arms race, right? It's always different ways to do it. Yeah, it can be. So we just had a thing go on when we logged out. I think log out. So first we gotta fix this bug. So right here. No, not this loop. Right here. So if not request created at big yikes. Big, big yikes. This is the problem. Okay, so I have this super cool feature that just turned into an annoying bug because that data was not backed up. In which if you are logging out, no matter who you are logging out as, it will delete all the things in your list. So, yikes. What this is supposed to be doing is saying, hey, if you're an anonymous user, aka doesn't have a created attribute, then delete your list. So, don't you love bug hunting, folks? That's what you get for not having tests. So, we need to test, before we get to any of the fun stuff, we gotta test a few little things. First thing is me turning my timer on. That's not how those aren't numbers. Apparently I hit numlock at some point. So first thing is fixing this test. We have this is an anonymous user, created an anonymous list. Now when they go to log in, that list will be transferred to the account they log in as. And I'll go ahead and use good old text here. Again, they all go to the same account on my case. And boom. Now I have ownership of this account. But if I log out and log back in, I'll use an OAuth strategy this time, just to show it's all linked together. Would you look at that? I'm running on the production website. So of course, my changes did not happen. Yeah, it's a good one shot. For me, I mean, it's really just whatever works at the moment, though, since that's what 100 devs is going through. If you haven't heard of them, I think you might have. 100 devs, say agency with free training program, the MERN stack. Except right now I'm not using React, I'm just using JSX. But I am liking Next.js specifically for more modern, fancy version of it. Except you obviously have the lack of WebSockets or real-time stuff. Aside from that, Next.js pretty cool in my opinion. So we gotta figure out what I do with this created app feature. There's a reason I have it here. I just don't remember why I have it here. So no username and not created app. Yeah, I'm learning in 100 devs. It's an agency as it with a free training program done right here on Twitch, live. They're all the recorded versions are on their YouTube also. Huge Discord community, lots of channels, helpers, all that fun stuff. I mean, I knew a little bit before coming in, but never, unless you count one semester of computer science where they were like, write an assembly. Unless you count that as a formal education, 100 devs is my first formal technical education, structured that is. Hmm. I'm trying to think why I have this button here, or this line of code here. Why? Who wrote this code and why? Get to blame. That's the thing. You're supposed to like tell me about past me what they were doing, right? 3 minutes ago. I know I did touch it 3 minutes ago. I want to know before that. What did I do? I have to save the file. 7 days ago, clean up anonymous list. Okay, so an anonymous list is a... This is only when you're logging out, though. If you're anonymous, then you can't log out in the first place. And let's literally look at it. What's the browse button? Where is it? Not GitHub. I mean, sure, it's open on GitHub. Yeah, what did I do? I added that thing, and that was it. So this was my entire change. Clean up anonymous list. So this is when I'm logging out. If you don't have a created at, so if you're not a real user, delete all the lists by you. But you can't log out if you're anonymous in the first place. So this literally does nothing except causes a bug that destroys all my list. So that was fun. I mean, it's gone now, so I know it'll work. So, oh, work in progress. No more. Well, let's go ahead and we're getting there. We got one bug down. Didn't even know it was a bug, but stage selected ranges and fix log out list deletion bug. Since we're making a change, we got to update our version. Technically a bug change, so 0.1 or 0.0.1. I believe in your VS Code. There we go. It made it. And yeah, fix logout list deletion bug. So commit that. Okay, so now I should be able to have to run this locally now. So let's run pm run dev. Pew pew pew. Here we go. So we got a login, create a list, and a log out. So we have logged in, created a list, then we will log out. Boom. And the list should still be there. We can literally just look in the database. It's quicker than my actual browser. There we go. There is the list. Okay, so we fixed that bug that has me introduced for absolutely no reason. Love to see it. Might as well make that a task too, just so we can mark it off. Nope, VS Code is saying no to doing that. Okay, so first actual feature is adding development mode session store. So I have this cool feature, again, past me, writing code that future me's got to work around. Over here in server, if we're not in production mode, then we don't have a store. Well, this is useful because we don't want to store a bunch of like connect to the database every time we're doing a test for this, an extra database connection. The problem for this is that then we have zero store. So we want something easy. So express session, some kind of persistent store, but not one that requires a database. Like a flat file store or an SQLite store or something easy like that. So we're going to peruse the list of officially listed stores. Find a good one. They're somewhere down here. There we go. Better SQLite 3. That might be an approach because then we can use a local SQLite database. So let's open that. Cluster. We're not doing clusters. Couch based. Don't know what that is. DB2. Don't know what that is. Low DB. Sounds like something that could be it. Mem.js. Don't know what that is. There's all our Mongos and MySQLs. Ooh, SQLite 3. Might be an option. Level DB. I heard of that one. That might also be a local one. Level DB. I thought we just saw one. Oh, and another one of those. Memory store. We are not doing a memory store. Rest. Don't think that. Session file store. Okay, I think this is going to be it. And I'm looking at the rest of them. They don't look interesting. This is the one I probably want. Okay, show me the docs. Show me the docs. Nope, don't scroll back up. Okay, this is it. Looks pretty easy. Okay, so in production, do that. Otherwise, you can use session file store. So npm I session file store. We'll do the import as they list it. So after session, where is it? We say we need to pass the session to the function. Oh, sure thing, I guess. So const file store, we pass it express session. And down here, instead of undefined, we say store equals new file store. So we're going to use the new operator or constructor and pass it the options, which we have none of at the moment. Though we can look at options to see where it puts the file. Path. The directory where session files will be stored defaults to ./sessions. Is that where I want it to go? Sure. It seems like a good as place as any. So now if we run this in dev mode, and I log in, then I restart the dev server, I will stay logged in. I don't think we need any more tabs. Don't think we need any of these, actually. Thank you, browser sync. Oh, no such file or directory, open sessions. Oh, because I already have a session. Hey, it created the folder. That's nice. This thing's being real angry, though. I wonder who the failure is. Browser sync or mass server. Well, so that one worked fine. Why is browser sync think it's doing? Huh. And why is it being so angry? Let's turn it off and turn it back on. That's always a good solution. Okay. So we get the head. You can tell because we have Pairwise Sorter right up here. Oh. Did we break it somehow with this file store, or did something else break it? Never as expected, eh, folks? So if I close it, I refresh it. You gotta get right there at 304. Okay, it's working. So is file store literally stopping this somehow? Well, I did open the dev tools for a second. Network. Okay, let's it's always something. Make a normal old curl. Oh, there's lots of stuff here. Tons of stuff. That's all the stuff that we actually want too. So we got all the stuff. Oh, and here it an eternity and a half. Oh, where'd it go? Huh. Alright. You know what? I'm not that interested in Browser Sync anymore. It's broken, so we are abandoning it. Goodbye, Browser Sync. You will not be missed. It's still here. We're just not going to let it hold up our progress. So, this is our solution. Adding this little thing. Now to update our git ignore, we also need to ignore a sessions folder. You know, we're going to call this dev sessions. There we go. So save that. And then in our configuration, we'll set the path, as the docs say, to the same format they do, dev hyphen sessions. And then stop. Save. Since we are ditching browser sync, what is the non-browser sync commando? I do not have a non-browser sync command. Okay, we will just do this. npx. No, I didn't copy that. Here we go. Goodbye, browser sync. You will not be missed. And now, if we log in, restart the server, we will stay logged in. Let me try to think. I do believe the OAuth will still work. What went wrong? Ah, so here's a fun thing. It restarted because they are storing JSON files inside of our dev sessions. So a solution to that is to tell nodemon to exclude directory. So nodemon exclude path is probably what it's called. Double hyphen ignore pattern. Okay, so if we just nodemon double hyphen ignore dev hyphen sessions, so ignore those. I don't know if it's working. We'll find out. Go back here, then we try to reauth. It does not restart. Then when I get a new auth session, so it comes on back, it does not restart. There we go. So lots of fixes, folks. Looks like one of them actually is to package JSON. So it is by adding the ignore dev sessions, come on, to our nodemon command. Just like that. And yeah, that will restart because we did update package. Besides that, we now have, here's the proof of it, we are still logged in. Look at that. Okay. A little bit of an adventure there, but we have our changes. Now I'm thinking about this. File store is technically a dev, but we require it up here. Yeah, so I'm just going to inline this so we can save it as a dev dependency. So right there, so make it require to pass the session and the path like that. Now let's make sure this still works. Ooh, we just got logged out. Uh-oh. Save it back this way. Do we get logged back in? No. Okay, again, full gambit of test. Log in normally. Make sure we stay logged in. Because I think the whole thing that requires us to pass express session is because it hot links it in some way to be able to do this file storing. See, it still works. So what we need to do is down here, make an optional file store before we actually call it. So let's go let file store, and then here's our if logic. At this point we just say store in general. So const store equals this logic, but down here puts the rest of this logic not into there, but right there and here. Now the specific change that we're essentially made is that all of this happens before express session is called. And I think that makes it happy. Or it might not make it happy. We're about to find out. Are you happy? No. 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 Interesting. Do we have... Okay, so this is interesting. I do have all my things ready, so let's hit up debug equals all the things. That's a lot more than I wanted to see, but we're here now. Okay, so all the things we should see on our GET request. So we got query, body, cookie parser, session store, memory store. Hey, what's that? What's that? That's not what I want. What's a memory store doing in here? How dare it be a memory store? Do I need to do some weird parenthesis magic? Do you want weird parenthesis magic? Because I can do weird parenthesis magic. Once more. Session store file star. Hey, there we go. Weird parenthesis magic it was. So, this way is calling the new operator, I guess, on require. But this way is calling the new operator on whatever this resolves to, being the actual file store, and then everyone lives happier all the days. Which means I could probably use this inline like so. We will find out when we go through the full thing again. So I'll log in. I was too fast. And with a restart of the server, I am still logged in. There we go. Okay, so it was a little bit of finagling around, mainly on me on the syntax, but can stage that. And now this require is truly optional, which means now I save as a developer dependency because it only gets ever ran on dev. Maybe look at our lovely other files. Almost made it. Package.json should have been updated to move into the dev dependencies. Absolutely beautiful. Let's update this and make our commit. VS Code is slow, so get add get ignored, get add package, get status, get diff server. Yep, just my little wacky little middleware. I do think we need to update our number, so this was not a new user-facing feature, so 0.4. And this is commit, add file store to development. I don't know what to call this. To development script it is. Okay. Done that. And now we're going to add a little created at and updated text. Oof. So basically, when you're here at a list, which I will now show you, because there are no more lists. Gotta turn dev back on. You know what, might as well try to test the real dev. Otherwise we'll NPX our way to victory. Okay, so I'm guessing my weird require logic was also causing this to catch on fire. Now everything lovely. So, we're gonna create ourselves a lovely new listicle, and we already have a list. There it is. And as we can see, this is our lovely list, but we do not see a cool little, probably over in this corner is where I want it to be, created at and updated at. Where's it? Modified at or updated. It's one of those things. I want to see that text somewhere over here, or I don't think there's enough space over here unless we cut the font in half. Oh, it should be somewhere on the screen. So this is going to be in our view component. We do have some of this logic working already. If we go and look at our, whatchamacallit, homepage. Here's our homepage. So we've already done a relative timestamp with ghastly amount of math and a whittle helper function that I yoinked from something else. We're going to want to do the same logic over there, but not before we just throw some text on the screen. So we have a list, and we want to show two things on screen. Let's just shove it over here, put them in a lovely div. I guess created at a little span ABC, and then this will be updated at. We don't need to use ABC because we do have access to the list, so it's going to be list.created at. We'll see what that turns out to be. List.updated at. If I don't forget my curlies, this will look good. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Thanks for coming on by. We're over here adding a created at and updated at. Then it catches on fire. Hope your Tuesday's going well. Hyped for the non-descriptive event that's happening in about 4 hours. I appreciate it, Ryan. Yeah, unofficial. I'm not an official mentor. I just happen to know a bunch of stuff and share what I can. We're gonna. No one tell Leon. We're using a BR tag here. Hey, ooh, nice. Off for the next 2 days. That's gonna be a nice little Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh man, that almost would have been like a 4-day weekend for you. So it's almost a 4-day weekend. You just got a 1-day work day messing up your 4-day weekend. But that's gonna be nice for sure, Ryan, I imagine. Ah, that's nice. Yeah, it sounds good. What if you were just messing with our pairwise sorter? We're gonna make some cool things look like dates and stuff. MDN time tag. I think there's a time tag around here. The date time element. Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to use. Yeah, good old task tracker. I forget to use it every time, but we get there. That's a good one, Ryan. Wind on down. So what's this thing require? Time tag with date time as a valid thingam. Oh, well, with like an ISO string. I'm sure it'll take an ISO string. So I just create a. So first thing we should have done this forever ago, but we're here now. So we create a time tag. We put whatever we want inside the time tag, 'cause that's what we want humans to see. But the machine wants to see something else. So it's in the date time attribute. We want to put the ISO string of the updated at this of this. So to ISO string, I think that's what it would lack. We'll see when we make our lovely list public and go to the home page. There it is, 4 seconds ago. Nothing's in the list, but if we inspect it, there it is. There's our lovely time, date time, and this just makes it human readable / accessible. I am realizing that this also needs one of them fancy dancy, what do we call these? What do we call these? Tooltips. So yeah, all this, yoink, 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 yoink. We're gonna shove it on that thing to also contain the locale time it was modified at. So we have list name. That's not what we want. We want list.updated at to locale string. We're about to find out if that's the right thing or not. Ooh, that does look. I mean, I'm US, so that is what it looks like in US strings. Month, day, year, the obviously correct format. But yeah, there it is, and I'll look the other way to everyone else in their other locales. So this is pretty great. This is not exactly what I want to do over here. So I paste, and let's fix all of that. Well, actually, I do kind of want the whole ago thing, don't I? Let me think now. Well, when looking at the list, created should be absolute, and it's modified, that's relative. Okay, so the created is literally going to be the exact same thing, so it does not get all the tooltip magic. It just gets the tooltip, what would be the tooltip as its actual content. I think if I do k curly, there we go. List.created at to locale string. It's the updated one that we want the relative magic on. We do need to calculate now, which we can do very easily. Const now equals date.now. Then, thankfully, the other one was also updated at, so it all stays the same. Now, this function is not the same. So how do we fix that? I guess we create a helpers file. Feels wrong to do in a views folder, but I think that's what we want. This is technically a front end only method. So const duration along this unit from helpers. There we go. And now I just gotta copy this import to the. Let's turn off line blame while we're here. The other one, line blame. Poof. There we go. Head on over to our home page. Somewhere around here. My eyes just can't see it. There it is. We'll add this import up here. Then we'll drag this function over there. It's only one function now, but there may be more in the future. Who knows? Okay, all the imports are happy. All this is working. It's angry, but this should work. Hey, there we go. 4 minutes ago, and the pop-up thingy is right there. Now I'm already realizing that this can be componentized. Before we go get lost in the sauce and do that, we want a conditional. Because if you've never been updated, so you were just created, then we don't want to see this text at all. So this is some conditional stuff. If list.created@, does not equal list.updated@. I know an edge case, but that would be the better UI way to show it. So list.created@, let's do a quick test. See if two created dates with the same when are technically the same thing. So new date 0 triple equals new date 0. Okay, double equals. Nope. So can't compare the date objects directly. We can compare the time from them, right? There you go, Ryan. One of us. One of us. It's pretty good, folks. It's kind of like the whole the adventure we were on where we learned floats first and then we learned flexbox. Like I know it's like it's very difficult to say something is better than something else, but for a lot of things it does make things easier. There's still worlds where React is overkill, for example, but for a lot of it, it always makes it better. Oh, getting into it before you completely understood Node. Oh, I don't know about that, but I mean, it depends what you mean by completely understand Node. If you understand Node enough to do things you need to, then I'd say, yeah, you can move on. You don't need to understand every little thing about it. I'd say if you understand, like, using a couple modules, the difference between EJS and CJS, I think that would be a good thing to know because we are now merging the two as our backends are all CJS, our front ends are going to be ESM. So besides that, I don't think you need to know too much about Node. So yeah, we gotta do get time. So if create at get time triple equals list.update that, get time, then they're the equal, and we want to do nothing. So we do our lovely ternary. Could not have anything worse than this ternary. It is the best ternary you've ever seen. There we go. Else null. Auto format save as. Wow, you really tried there, auto format. I mean, I got really long lines. It's not his fault. But there we go. So I think about to see. Oh, wait a minute. So 304. Oh, so apparently I did make a change to this list by making its privacy toggle woggle. So if I just delete it and create a new list. Oop, I'm in mobile view, so I gotta do that. Delete this thing now. ABC. We should only see created at BEA beautiful. No, it's in the wrong spot though, so greatly sad about that. What if I just float it to the right? I'm trying to think, what am I doing these buttons to make them where they want to be? So I defined it before them and I said float end. Is that it? You're just like float end. Poof. Poof. Hey, that is basically exactly where I wanted to see it. If I make it public, we're going to get updated at. Great sadness. Okay. So duration to longest unit is non-iterable. So it is line 32. I wasn't too surprised about where it was. So duration to longest unit is non-iterable. Well, hold on, goldfish. That means duration to longest unit is returning something wacky. Helpers. Ah, so what happens is value never, something funny happens. So let's just console log duration. I imagine we might have gotten a 0. Thing is, we can't see what happened. So I think Copad just suggested the solution that we're not going to be able to see it because 0 seconds ago wasn't an option. Maybe we will see it. Da-da-da. Something is running, but taking a long time. Is it browser sync? It was browser sync. Great sadness on you, browser sync. Yeah. Hey, Aaron. Yeah. Ryan did that. He did do that. Hope your Tuesday's going well, by the way. Ain't got no bones around here. It's called the Bare Bones Project. Yeah, it's on fire again. Oh, the hash thing is broken. There we go, it worked. Ta-da! Most of y'all know, but those don't. Aaron makes some pretty cool games in Godot. It has a bear in it. The bear... people only show up to the stream for the bear, to be honest. Aaron is the side character. Bear is main character. I'm kidding, folks. Oh, congratulations, Aaron. Yeah, I was there for that last one. Good for the moment. Yeah, I mean, hey, I know my incremental I got my intermittent, but no, it's intermittent. Yeah, I got my intermittent internet here. It depends on the time of day, and sometimes, I don't know, the week of the month. Like, it's very bad around the ends and beginnings of month. I don't know. It's weird stuff, huh, folks? Internet. Gotta love Spectrum. Yeah. That's why you haven't, that's why you're not, like, giving the bear new features, huh? Because eventually the bear's gonna stream without you one day. Gotta make sure the bear still needs you. Before you know it, the stream becomes barren. Okay, I think that helper is doing what it needs to do. Now we're gonna go full React. Never go full React. Sometimes do go full React. We're gonna make this component nice and little component ties. So we've written the same code two places. General programming solution, abstract that away into one place. And where we're gonna do that by creating a React component called ago. Time ago. Naming things. This is the fun part, right, folks? Ago. Time ago. Don't call the grammar folks on me. It's good enough. This is a bug I've been fighting this entire time. You see this? This is supposed to be that cool thing. Oh, it's gone now. It worked. Okay, export function time ago. Then I take a prop of duration. I think. Nope. Take a prop of date. There we go. And then I return. What do I return? Where'd it go? I return this thing right here. Return splat. Which means I don't use updated at, I just use good old date. There you go, look at how dry this is getting. We do have a now, so that won't be too difficult to make. Const now equals date.now. This will result in, I guess, a few extra calls to date now. No one's really sad about it, though. Now, finally, we get to input our little helper and React. React also needs to exist. Into our little functional component. Ta-da! We can also make this more readable for funds. We can make it so we have to scroll less, okay? Maybe we're not making it that much readable. Okay, auto format it your way. No, your way is disgusting. React, I will format it my way. Bad React. Put everything on the wrong lines. There we go. There we go. Okay, maybe we can one line it like that. fighting with formatters, folks. A battle as old as time. There we go. Okay, now we can use this cool little component time ago in place of this monstrosity line that we're doing twice. Time ago, close tag, date equal list updated at. Poof, ain't that pretty? Well, it's prettier code. Then we'll use the exact same thing right here. So quite literally is the exact same thing. And update our import accordingly. And look, we can get rid of that dot now. And that dot now. Since I'm using the jankiest ESLint, we can update this thing to be happy. Don't question it. It just works. And with that, we go to the page, and the page, relative paths. Don't you love it? So this is relative to helpers. We need to go up, because remember, this is in the components folder. And good old helpers.js is not in the component folders. Expected a string or a class, but it got undefined. Aha! Default is actually default. So you look at this lovely message. You likely forgot to export your component from the file it's defined in. Ain't that nice? You might have mixed up default and named exports. That is exactly what I do. Thank you, React. Ain't React a smart one. So that one is working, and if we go home, we can see this one is still working. We didn't break it. Bare minimum. Hey, Dumpster Dev, how's it going? Your Tuesday has been going well. We over here just messing around our Pairwise Sorter, making a little updated app display. See, here it is, right there it is. Created app and updated app. Hey, glad to hear it. You come by just in the time for break. Yeah, we're also gonna add a cute, so it's not gonna be too crazy, but I found this library called Auto Animate. It kind of just automatically does cool animations for you, and I am planning on doing this today to add an animation to my list. So it's gonna be like, it'll be somewhere that you can see all the entries that you've answered. You can see them all kind of get sorted one by one. It ain't gonna be no fancy chart or anything, but it'll be a little flavor. That is, of course, going to be after the break. After this break's gonna be after we make ourselves a commit. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how this library works, because while it does like point to React and stuff, apparently you can use it in normal JavaScript, but just by being like, hiya, just like that, and it should automatically work. So we'll find out. So let's see, get diff server, nothing there. Get add views, get status. There we go, that's all the things. Update our number. Technically, is this a user-facing feature? It is. Is it a feature? It is a feature. Yeah, this was information that was not available before, so it's a feature. 0.0. There we go. It's been a bit since we updated that one. And commit away. Commit. Add. List time. List time. Display list times. That somewhat makes sense. There we go. Code is updated on the web. And with that, we will be taking a break. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow there. I'm 3 Policio. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. For those who don't want to take a break, our very own Sam KitKat is also streaming right now. They're a fellow hunter dever doing all kinds of cool stuff. They, I believe, are actually learning React. They started streaming like 5 minutes ago, so feel free to jump on over there, say hello, hello. With that, it do be break time. Should probably turn the timer on. There we go. Hey, welcome on back, folks. Rascal React Raid, hey. Yeah, I actually got a new one too. This is a little Oh wow, that one looks actually really good on the emote wall when they're going right to left. It's a surprise one. I recently got access to DALI E, so that's been fun to mess around with. Faux show. Okay, so here is the code wars for our return from break. Merge two arrays. A function that combines two arrays by alternatively taking elements from each array in turn. Given A, B, C, D, E, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, return A1, B1, A1, B2, C3, D4, E5. And 1, 2, 3 becomes. Oh, okay, yep. And when there's not enough, it just consumes whichever array is left on over. So, a lot of different ways to do this. Well, here's some more information. The arrays are of different lengths. They have at least one in each of them, though. Interesting factoid that one array is in characters, the other is all integers. I don't know what that's going to impact for us, but we'll see what we get. So, pseudocode. So we already have our parameters and our expected return. So, create result array for array in arrays. This is A, B. B, then results. Well, I'm writing real code. Don't write real code. Push to results array. Current array shifted value, because shift removes from the beginning of the array. I think we're gonna find out real soon if that's how that works. Also, goldfish memory, forgot to get this part added. Boop. There we go. And then finally, this will be if the array has a length. So if array has length. Hey, appreciate the lurk, Brian. Catch you later, and yeah, enjoy your enjoy your wind down in that little 2 days you got. Return results. That is my code, or my pseudocode, typos included. Let us write the actual code. Okay, so kind of as I've written it, const results equals new array or const array of A, B, because we got to iterate through both of them. A does come first. If array dot length, then results dot push array dot shift. Now it might be unshift. We're about to find that out. Turn results. Let's see. Instead, got 1A. This is going to be. So I'm going through each of the arrays, but I need to go through them while any of them has a length. So while A, B dot one of them, which means some, has a length. So while at least one of y'all got stuff in you, we need to go through all of y'all. I think that's what we want now. Hey, there we go. And does it take the big taste cases? It does. So not first try exactly, but pretty close. Let's make this a little more mutable or a little more generic. Here we go. Arrays. Now for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say arrays dot length. So this is while there is at least one array in the array of arrays. Now the way I'm going to solve this is by iterating over a copy of the arrays And then instead of being like, oh, there's nothing left, get rid of it, I'll say when there's nothing left, if not array dot length, then arrays dot remove. I hope that's it. No, it's splice. Oh, well, how's the index thing gonna work? So I need the index of my current array also. But if I'm going to do index-based removing, oh no, wait a minute. I can just say arrays equals arrays.filter array has array.length. So basically go through all of them, and if any of them ain't got a length, get rid of them. Which makes this a one-liner. Let's see how that looks. Still works. Glad to see it. Now let's see what we can do about this. We're having a conditional here. I'm thinking this can be made into a for loop in some way. So our three things: initializer, conditional, after each call. This is my after each call. So let's make this to a for loop. We have no initializer. We do have a conditional, and this is the thing we do after each call. I don't think we can squeeze it anymore, folks, without going full functional. So, for as long as there are arrays in the arrays, as long as there is one array in the arrays variable, then loop through all of these arrays and push their shifted value to results. And after that, reassign it to the filtered version of only keeping the ones with a length. I think this is good. This can be better though. So I'm calling shift, which removes from the front of an array, which is the more expensive version of pop. But in order to use pop, I also don't need this spread anymore, so I'm not mutating it. We need to basically reverse all our arrays. So arrays equals arrays.map array.reverse. Technically it doesn't need to be a map, it can be a for each, since reverse modifies the inline array, but this feels like it gets more in the for loop syntax. Now we can use pop, the less demanding version of shift, and there I think is it. Without going full functional, this is about as best as it gets. But we can go, I'm trying to think, we can go even further by, now this is the best we're going to get without going full functional. Let's see what the code warriors came up with though. Our return array, our counter. So, okay, so while either of them has a value at this position, okay, so this doesn't mutate the original arrays. This is actually better. Yeah, because I'm mutating the array every time by removing stuff from the end, which is still a mutation. This is leaving the arrays completely unknown. And then counter is the index of value you want to pull from all the arrays. It doubles as a length check by doing this logic here. And this works because we are guaranteed to have nothing falsy in the arrays. Nice. So let's go through the longest one. If it has things, okay. Compact, flat, and zip. Gotta love low dash. So create one of both lengths. Concat. Ooh, my word, that is a very functional way of doing it there, folks. Where's the regex? Come on, regex. You gotta be around here somewhere. Yeah, I think this one actually doesn't have any regex in it. Looks like some of these ones, they just add all the things together and get rid of the undefined values. Again, possible because our array is guaranteed to only have numbers and integers. Okay, I think that's about it for that code war. And that is done with the task. Nope, that's not right. Okay, this is great. Don't know why this thing isn't working. Ah, the bot. Rib bot. Okay, so that guess as good as mine. Oh, wait a minute. I can get this working. We love a good, completely functional bot. Now that I've marked mine as completed, I just have to run uncomplete twice. ET. Oh, then. Come on. There we go. That. Man, I did not realize that was that broken. For some reason, it's not taking me a number as an index, but we live and we learn, folks. Okay, let's check out our list. So we've done this technically last time. I didn't drag it over. Cool sorting animation. We also have Cypress test. I do want to do the sorting animation though, because that is probably the cooler looking thing around here. So for now, this is just going to be here on the bottom of the page. And you know what? It's going to be... Where do I want this to be? We'll shove it here at the bottom. We'll find a good place for it later after we get it actually working. Here's a good spot to shove it. Okay, it do be sorting time. Okay, so I do have information on the sorter. Let's just try to make a little div for it. Let's give this an ID of sorting list. And we'll figure that out later, but first we need to get the data on the sort. Now I have all of that. Where is it? I'm trying to think of goldfish. Where do I want to pull in this information from? Because I have access to the list, and I can get access to the sorter. Okay, I want to keep the view separate from logic though. So this is going to be specifically on the route, or on the controller rather, of the home page. Nope, not of the home page, of the list. It's going to be somewhere we call list to sorter. And not the home page. Get list. Here it is. So this is all the stuff for our list. And here we're going to add, let's call it sort states. Then we're going to write just a little function called get sort states. We're going to pass it our... We can't use the sorter because the sorter is completed. So we'll pass it the list, and maybe that will create a new sorter. Which at that point, might as well copy the code for creating a sorter in the first place. Oh, I almost had it. There it is. List to sorter. We'll just copy this code and do what we want with it. So function get sort states takes a list and spits it out like that. And I copied the whole thing, didn't I? Okay, now these are the states I'm referring to, basically. The ability for, like, there's a point up before it's sorted, and there's a point after it's sorted. Now, states, I guess I'll just say states equals here. We'll slowly add before and after, kind of like what I just mentioned. So, states.push. I kind of need to know what to push though. So I have the current order can be gained by sorter.get order. Then I have the current state, which I have some form of internal state over here. I have this.items. Oh, this.items might be the entire thing I want actually. So let's console log sorter.items. That'd be literally everything I want. So save, npm run dead. Let's get this spun back up. I am calling this on the list page, so as soon as this spins up, all I have to do is a refresh here, and we should get output. Item 0 equals, okay, so our list is empty. Oh, and that thing's wrong too. I'll fix that later. So we have to add at least 4 items to our list. So 1, 3, 2, 4. They need to be separate items. Yeah, we'll sort them, then we'll go ahead and add 0 and 5 for a good spread of things. Hopefully, the way they're answered gives me a good diversity of visualizable options, because this is going to be the data I test with, and if it's not varied enough, then my code's probably not going to handle these weird magic edge cases. Speaking of, I probably should have set my timer for that. I'm almost there, probably got like 2 or 3 more left. Zero's pretty high up there, folks. Again, it's been a little slow because streaming is tedious. Not tedious, resource heavy. The word. Okay, boom. List has been sorted, and we have a number of sorts. There's more information in the list, but look, we can see here is our order being kind of generated. It's 0, then 0, 1, then 0, 2, 1, so 2 got put between these. 3 went to the end, so it compared with 2, then it compared with 1, then it went to the end. 4 compared with 2, then it compared with 0, and then it maybe compared with 1, then 2, then 0 to go all the way left. Yeah, that's part of what we want to see. We want more information though, because this has a min and a max, which is the binary search information. But this doesn't contain that information. So when I add an answer, so when I insert the thing, I keep the item in equals, but not the current min and current max. I'm trying to think, do I want? Why isn't this being kept in logic? Oh, so this is, again, I don't really understand all this logic. I joined it from that lovely Stack Overflow. So I don't want to really touch this. But I do need essentially the new min and new max calculated out of this. But I can just mutate the calculation myself. So if I keep, this is where we start pushing stuff to states. So states dot push. So we do want the order, definitely. That's going to be sorter get order. Then in addition, we want kind of the current question, but I want a copy of it because it's going to get mutated. So this is the before sorting, or before answering rather. Also going to want the after else break. What I can do is at the end, whatever happened, I can push an order only without a current to handle making sure there's always at least one thing in the state. Because if it's empty, then we don't have a start point. But here, our start point is our end point if nothing is sorted. Yeah, that feels right. Now, we don't want the new current. Do we want the new current? Is that enough? Let's have a good looky-loo at it. So, for const s of states console log dot s, just see what it looks like, folks. Console log is your friend. Show me the logs. Okay, so a lot more information. You can see for 0, trying to insert item 1, min 0, max 1, 0, 2, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 3, 2, 3. We're not really seeing a final though. We have to figure that out. Wait a minute. So based on the last one, So try 0, 1, 1, 2. 0, 1, 1, 2. And 0, 2, 2, 1, 1. Yeah, because 2 one direction, 2 the other direction. How do we know which one was chosen? Because I want to be able to highlight more information about where it's going. So if I have like 2 things, then there are technically 3 places I can insert between them, after them, or before them. So I want to have the index where I'm inserting at. So 0 is going to be technically over here, 1, and then 2. But if I have 0, 1, and I'm told to try 0, that doesn't give me the answer of, did I choose this one or this one? I don't know. See, the after, the min-max of after is duplicate of before. I need it adjusted for whatever the actual answer was. Which is the part where I probably have to do that manually. So after add answer, I take it. No. So what it does is it splices at current min the new number. But I don't have access to current min to get the item out. And even if I did, it loses its min and max. So I can't do that. Okay, what if I do this logic myself? Here we go. So I make my own copy of current again. Const current equals not all that. So sorter current. And then I need to actually get the preference out. So there's gonna be a little bit of multi-cursor magic. So const preference equals, oh, so I'll write that later. I assume I have it. Then multi-line magic formatting. Preference equals -1. This current. Should I get rid of all thises? Okay, multi-line magic has failed us. RIP. Then we manually update our thing accordingly. Let's go to the end of the line with that much equality. Then multi-line magic our way to get the current and big yikes. The current preference like that. So now we have the current preference. If it's -1 that way, else it's not handling the equals. What if it's equals? What do we do when it's equals? Kind of do nothing, don't we? What equals logic exists? Oh, we just traverse all the equalses. So if equals, okay, wait, let's literally look at equals again. Push current on equals basically means it goes after it. So this might actually be correct for equals, or it can be incorrect. Either way, equals should execute one of these branches. Just don't know which one yet. Oh, hey, M4 Jones. Thanks for coming on by. Don't worry about it though. It's a fair amount of existing code. Essentially, and the sorting's never fun. Essentially, this is a sorting algorithm I didn't make, but basically you're given a bunch of things in an unsorted manner, and I'll reset one of them. So this is an unsorted list of random things, and via comparisons, you answer. So you give it answers, and it sorts it automatically. And what I was just looking at there was kind of the sorting algorithm, because I need to figure out how it works so I can animate it. Hey, Leah, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I got the whole squad here. Got the bear petter themselves. Up your Tuesdays and going well. Looking forward to the nondescript event happening in 2-ish hours. Did I try streaming? Oh, Aaron. Yeah, I think Aaron was streaming last night. I could have swore. I don't know. I saw them on a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, M4. Don't worry about it. There's a lot here. It all started somewhere though. I barely even know what I'm doing here. Had thoughts though. Thoughts usually point me in the right place. Yes, I'm mutating current, then I'm adding it back to this thing. We'll find out. Yeah, I think I must have been toward the front of it. I was before the internet actually went off. Yeah, it happens, folks. I know more than most. Oh, here it is. So we can see the moment that the sort is actually complete, the min and max get set to the exact same things. Oh, am I beast, Leah? I don't know. Those don't know. Leah does some pretty cool streams also, forgot to mention. Always doing fun stuff, messing around with React now, I see. And hey, there's C Films too. You got the whole squad coming in, folks. Yeah, how you doing? Glad to hear it. How many more states or cities you got left for your database, huh, C Films? Wait, well, that looks weird. That's an old way. Okay, so zeroed. What? That don't look right. Was I supposed to invert something? Okay, wait a minute. So from 0 to 4, it goes to 3 to 4, and then 0 to 2. Something went wrong. If preference equals -1, current equals max. Hey, welcome back, metrics. Your Tuesday's been going well. I'm over here dealing with math. But not that kind of math. It's boring math, not the cool math. Dealing with binary search sorting math. Yeah, so we go from current item 3, try 2, 3, 3. Yep, so 3 gets shoved in at index 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, the last index. That part is correct. I'm back. 100 cities left. Well, that's a lot of them. Oh, we're not doing that crazy math. Don't worry about it, X metrics. We're just trying to figure out. So I'm trying to visualize this, and in order to do that, I need to pull out enough information. So we have the order, we have the current thing. We just have this thing being all wrong. So from 0 to 4, and then says from 3 to 4. That's a lie, because 4 gets inserted at the 0. 75. I mean, yeah, you're almost halfway there, C Films. So let's see. We have current max is current try, else current min equals. Did I make a copy? I did make a copy. A, B. Oh, wait a minute. Preference is never .1 because this isn't an object. It's .result. Ah, I did the thing. This is what I get for not writing in TypeScript. Arg. Ah. Arg. And wait a minute, that's preference. That's a Boolean anyway. All the things are wrong. Copy. So we want preference. Well, actually, we want results. 303 people. That's quite a big amount. Yeah, C Films. So we just did all the things wrong. Preference, we want paste dot, oh, paste is already there. Beautiful, so rename this to resulte. There we go. Where's the pure script? I know, C films. I couldn't imagine writing this in a functional language. My mind would melt. But yeah, I'm not going TypeScript because it's not exactly accessible to everyone. Oh great, now the one the one I'm looking for goes off to a new line. But this does appear to be correct. So we have 3304. Oh no. No. Yeah, see films, I know. Ain't no way you're gonna get me to do that though. Okay, so again, the math. How have I failed math this badly? So comparison, get A has A and A has B. Dot result, if result equals -1, then current max is current try, else yes, this logic is right. I can tell this logic is still right. That's how we know it's not broken. Okay, see, so let's look at item 4. So from 0 to 4, 0 to 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 1. Okay, so it was right. I was just reading it wrong. And then finally it goes 0, 0. This is when we can do something cool on our animation to be like, ha, this is where it goes. Then we do a new item, 0 to 5, 3 to 5, 5 to 5. Yeah, it's because we're comparing on the last one. So yeah, try 2 did not give us any more information, but try 4 did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got a problem here, folks. So I mutated my item. So I'm trying 2 because it's in the middle of 3 and 5, but then my minimum goes up and I'm trying 2 again. Ah, that looks weird. Yeah, I think I was actually, I think I was there, see films. Had that weird McDonald's folk, huh? Oh, that was the one before, I'm not sure. Okay, I think that's... Yeah, because we're comparing the item in 2 to the item in 5, then the item in 4 and the item in 5. So that makes sense. 0 and 2. Because it's 2 different directions, right? We're checking 2. Okay, is it to the left of 2? The answer was no. So these got canceled out. Then we checked if it's to the right of 2. 3 and 5. No, it seems close enough. Very per minimum, it'll look good, and the animation will go all wonky. Then we'll figure out if it's really bad. Yeah, I think we have what we need. Now we need to actually return it and pass it on to our front end so our client-side JavaScript can do some rendering. Subset notation. All I know is that when I open some PDFs, it's like got that in it, and I'm like, oh no, I went too far. No, no. Yeah, all that math stuff. Speaking your language. Okay. Hey, you are first, Didi. What that? First into a 2-hour stream. Congratulations. Yeah, you are. It says it right there. No one can lie. Okay, now I need to pass this information to the front end. So how I want to do that, I'm just going to do it via data attributes. Yeah, it's that's what it is, Lee. A bunch of ghosts. Bunch of goldfish in the tank. Didi, what is the shiniest of them all, apparently? Oh, there was math over there. So I guess that proves our theory false then. Mentioning the word math does not summon Leah. What do you know? Wow, sounds like you really no. Okay, I understand what it was. X Matrix. That was really Leah. They were just in disguise using their account. That's the only explanation. Obviously. Only explanation. Yes, we gotta signify a whole bunch of stuff to the client. We also want the actual comparison data, so got the let me just go up there and copy it. And I'm about to type this thing out. Let's get some word wrap going on here. Kinda like this, but JSON stringify. And again, this is the JSX way to do this. In EJS, you would be creating a little script and then being like script. And then, well, actually, no, it would be the same way in EJS. Yeah, this is the way you would shove stuff into the HTML so your JavaScript could grab it. Again, you could shove stuff directly into a script, so it's a variable, but it sounds like work, and I am about to do all that. I will, however, make this div AUL, an unordered list. So now with this lovely unordered list, and all of our information shoved into the front end, we get to go to front end JavaScript. And I guess before I do animation, I have to actually make the list do the dance. So I guess I won't implement the animation library until the very end. Yeah, see films, we're mixing all the HTML and PHP. And this is just mixing JavaScript with kind of HTML. Just our own little flavor of it. Here we go, here's our public code. And look here, we're on the bottom. We do need this to be like delayed though. So we need to use async await, which means this function needs to be asynchronous. There we go. And then we need to parse out all of the funness. So const, what are we going to call this list again? Sorting list. I'll just call it sorting equals Copilot. No. That's kind of right. I think it's, I mean, I'm not really sure what it is. See, X metrics, it might be a little vanilla. I don't remember hearing or seeing about a framework in particular that CFilm uses. They will know though. List equals, so you're saying I need to do sorting data set dot list into JSON parse. All that lovely stuff. Oh, come on, where are my parentheses going? Ooh, vanilla PHP. Sounds cool, CFilms. As long as it's not before version 5, right? That's what makes everyone unhappy. I'll call it the full name. Denormalized comparisons. Sorting data list. I think I just copy it at this point. Oh, Copilot had it. Copilot had it. So this is our list. We're doing normalized comparisons. We also need our states. Now I think we'll just loop over our states. Or const state of come on, JSON parse. There we go. Copilot knows what I want. First, we're just gonna console log it. Just to see if we even got all this stuff working. Somewhere in a console somewhere. Great sadness as we wait. Ooh, big sad. Line 34. Could not parse the magic. So, sorting dataset states. Obviously, I called it something else. Sort states. You know what? I'll just call it states. States sounds cooler. Well, I called it sort states over there. Call it sort states. Naming, folks. The fun part of programming. 7.4. Yeah, I hear that's a more, modern. They fixed all the badness in PHP by then. Man, browser sync does not like refreshing when you're on a hash path. Whoa, look at all that stuff. Oh, X metrics. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's the jQuery, free jQuery trick, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm using jQuery. Do not look any closer though. And then people's like, why are you using jQuery? Scroll up to the first line. I'm not. Dun dun dun. But hey, we got all our states. Man, these do not look that magic in the console. Well, let's figure this out. So, from the state, we should be able to get the current comparison at the very least, and that should match up for our comparisons list. So that is my next goal, to get the current comparison. Let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are a lot more than 10 here. There might actually be 20 here. Yeah. I don't use jQuery enough to know that one, but yeah, it would be the same, wouldn't it? So it seems that, this actually makes sense. I doubled it. So if I just say let c equals 0, the const comparison equals, do normalized comparisons, divide 2, got a math for that. Because that doesn't can't go 1.5 on an array, it's going to be very angry at you. And then I out the comparison, that's not going to help me, because it's still a bunch of blah. I need to make this readable. Comparison dot a, so that's the ID. So I need to say list dot items dot find I dot. Oh, Copilot. Oh, please, I got you. There you go. ID equals comparison A dot name. Wow. And then Copilot writes it again. It even wrote my typo. How appreciative I am. You think I know how to type things right. I probably want to output the result, don't I? So it's comparison dot result. Okay, it's time to have a very long console. Show me the logs. Let's make it wide. You can get ready for this. Nope, never mind. List items find is undefined. Aha. Underscore ID. Because if this was server-side code, the ID would be a virtual getter. Client-side code, there's no virtual getter. We have to access the raw underscore ID. And again, great sadness as browser sync doesn't know how to refresh. Boom! Okay, so 0 and 3. That's not true. Yeah, the find. Wait, did it say find was undefined? I'm gonna go back. Maybe I just autopilot it off of that. Be like, I know what it is. Yeah, it does say, no, it says the result, I believe, of this expression. Yeah, it's a real close one, because it's saying not that find is undefined, because then it would be saying something like tried to call method find on value that was undefined. It's that this entire thing evaluated to an undefined value, which is angry because we tried to access the dot name of undefined. It is weird though. Let's look at Chrome. Maybe Firefox is deceiving us with the error, because it should tell me a little bit more information, or the error should be slightly different. So yeah, I do see why it would come off that way. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, Chrome reads it a little bit more normal. So +1 to Chrome for this. Cannot read properties of undefined reading name. Actually, yeah, so this is cool. I like this a little better. But on the other hand, no, they should both be correct. We should have access to. Sorry, I had to move something around real quick. It wasn't you, it was me. It was me this time. But yeah, for the cost of your personal life, Chrome is better. It would be cool though if the error message spat out both list items find and trying to read properties of list items find that evaluate undefined, but I guess can't have both, right? I do like this though, because I know it's undefined instead of having to go search for, oh, what called dot name. So I mean, if we could have both, that'd be cool, but I do like this one. I was just like, wait a minute. This is one undefined error because I'm running on node errors that are V8 technically, so we got there eventually though. Underscore ID. I'm trying to think. So how many comparisons do I have? Nope, I don't have any comparisons. Great sadness. Yama. Okay. Here are my comparisons. So lots of zeros talking to 3. It's okay, it's literally the first one. That's all it's showing me. Because I'm not incrementing my little counter. C++. Not that C++. Okay, this is looking better, folks. Let's look at our actual comparison list. We have 0 and 3. There we go. And then 0 and... Oh, everyone's doubled. That's right. Okay, so if C is not even, then I don't want to do any of this logging. So let's do if C modulo 2 triple equals 1, aka it's odd. Haven't solved this piece of code in a while, haven't we, folks? Classic odd even logging. I do want to see the state all the time, but I only want to see the comparison half the time. So this is either going to be right or wrong. The way I'll just do a flippy floppy to get the correct one out. Okay, here we go. So 0, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3, 1. Okay, so this is correct. Hold up. These comparisons are reversed though. This is the most recent comparison, but this is the first of the list. So I need to reverse it. Now, where do I want to reverse it? I can reverse it here or there. If I reverse it here, and I reverse my reference past to there. Yeah, it basically boils down to who do you want to make do the work? Client side or server side? Server side should do the work, I say. There we go. So we create a new array, reverse it, pass it, all the magic. And now it's going to be reversed from our visual list. That's because our visual list is recent to first. The bottom is 0, ip 2, 1, 1. There we go. We have the current comparison and the result. Hold up. Hold up. Hold the phone. So we have a min of 3. Okay, yeah, this is, so we have the previous, then we have the current. You can always access the current comparison, but we don't want to log it all that time. It's going to be useful because when we display this state, we'll display what we're comparing. When we display the next state, we'll display the result of the comparison. Somehow, in our magic visualization, wherever it lives. Which is the part we gotta write next. Glad it just turned to a break, because I'm not looking forward to writing the actual... Because essentially, we need to take our thing and render them all. We have to render all the DOM elements, but then when there are new ones, we have to insert them the correct index. We kind of need to do what React would do, but since we need this animated, we don't get the power of actually front-end React, because we're just using the old JSX, so let's find ourselves a code war. No, we did a code war last time, and we're still in the middle of this feature. No code war, straight to break. Catch y'all on the other side. For those who don't know, let's see, who else is streaming right now? Sam KitKat is. Fellow 100 Dever doing some streams. If you want to learn actual React, they're over there learning real React. I think they're learning on that Scrimba course. The UI looks like the Scrimba course, yeah, but they're learning React either way. Feel free to at least give them a hey. With that, we do be starting our break. Catch you on the other side, folks. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Solly84. Your Tuesday's going well. Catch you at the end of the break. Feel free to make your way on back, folks. Our break is coming to an end. Okay, folks, let's jump right back on into our sorter math logic wackadoodle-doo. Let's figure this out. I know we're close, folks. So we're making progress. We've gotten basically what we needed. Gotten all the information. Now we gotta put it in the DOM. I don't think we need the comparison yet. I think we need any of that. First, we just need to put it in the DOM, and then we do the cool displays of all the other things. Again, this is something React or any other front-end library would do, but we're doing it manually, so we need to get the item, because what's going to happen is that there's going to be an item and another item, and we have to insert a new item between these while updating all the existing ones. So again, exactly what React is doing for us, and all the other front-end libraries are doing for us automatically, but we're doing it manually. So we need to calculate a key. I know this is very bad. Const key equals, when you actually go through the items that are in the list. So for let I equals 0, I less than state length, I plus plus. Thank you, Copilot. That is creating. That's a really good idea. It's not what I'm doing, though. I appreciate the thought. That's not what we're doing. We need to say const key equals state I list items I dot underscore ID. This is our key, which is our unique identifier for this node. We need this because for our animation library, it animates additions, removals, or moves. So if we delete and re-add everything, we ain't gonna get the prettiness we want. Now we're gonna check to see So there's two possibilities here. There's either it exists at this index or it doesn't exist at this index. So if the child at this index has this key, then this is our item. But if it doesn't, then we recreate an item and we insert it here. No matter which one of them, we're always updating stuff. I don't know what the stuff is, but there are 2 points. Do something one way, do something another way. But no matter what we do, we're always doing a third thing. So it's kind of like a try-catch finally, but not like that at all. Only in that structure. So let li, and then we have an if and an else. Both of them will set the li accordingly. So if this current child, so the child at this index, so I can get that by going sorting dot children, because we ain't dealing with child nodes. Current index dot data set dot key, it's a good one, triple equals this key, and since I wrote strings, that will be awesome, else here. So if we found it, then li equals sorting children I. If we didn't find it, we gotta create it. Oh, query selector, huh? So this is if it exists at a different index. Would that ever happen, though? You know what? Copilot wrote the code, so maybe that's good code, but we're not writing that code. Li equals. No, stop it, Copilot. Document. Create element li. Do the things. Yeah. It's an anchor. I love anchors. We're not anchoring anywhere, though. What we're doing next is we set the key appropriately. Trying to think. This is already an li, a named ul, so I guess I don't need class names. I do need text content though. Text content. So maybe I do need that from Copilot. The one of this key dot name. Right? Huh. I'm finding. Well, first of all, it's copying bad code I have up here. Let's fix that. So, item. There we go. I was like, why'd you write such bad code? I learned it from me, didn't I? Now we write gooder code. Let's find the item that has an ID of this key. Yeah? I guess that's right. Well, I should be able to access the item based on the current index. I don't know. I guess it's good enough. I ain't gonna be picky about it. And then, yeah, that's it. Now, for both of them, we need to do some styling. Because the way I imagine the styling to go is that, so you have an item, then you have another item. Now, the indexes at which I'm inserting things is technically before and after them. So, if you have two items and you're inserting a third item, there are three places you can put it. Before, after the first, and at the end. So, the way I'm thinking about doing this, stylistically speaking, is checking, or kind of like using a before element to make a little thingy, and then coloring that in some way. So, it'll be like, they're all green, means there's nowhere to go, but if you can't insert on the left, then this one will be red, and these two will be green. And then eventually, once you finalize, one of these will become yellow. So like once you answer all of them and it knows where it's going, this one becomes yellow. Maybe I should be using yellow. Okay, my color choice aside, it's changing colors of these a little before ticks. That's going to be my magic. Which makes me realize I'll need an extra element over here. A pseudo element. Only to have a before element. Oh no. Which means my loop just needs to go one more, but then accessing that items is gonna be all angry. Wait a minute. Accessing it via index, that's not even correct. We have our ordered, we need that to be our index of thing. So okay, lots of things wrong here. I think, yeah, we have const item index equals, where's my order? State dot order. There it is, item index, right there. And then you go in there. Okay, so everywhere I'm using it was just that one. Okay, never mind. This is where things need to conditionally work when I'm at the last element. So can I just check if I'm valid versus check if I'm invalid. So valid equals less than, invalid equals not less than. So if I less than state.length, and no wonder Copilot's so confused because I've been using the wrong length variable this entire time. I use -1 as my default thingy. State.length. Copilot's like, this is an array. You use .length. No, I was wrong. It's .order. .length. Again, that just goes to show, folks, Copilot will write whatever code you bad again. Okay, so that is doing this. I think this is all right. Now this is where a lot of data sets are going to work, because then I'll style based off those data sets. So, oh, I do want this though. I want this here. Copilot. I almost forgot what that was. Good job. li.data set dot, because there are three states. There is red, green, and blue, which are the three colors I've expertly chosen. But the states of them is, we have possible, and selected, I guess. There's also, technically there's not possible, possible, and selected, but one of them is going to be default, so by default, they'll all just be one of them. So possible will be state dot So this is the weird logic. Remember, I don't have all my currents. One of them doesn't exist. That is the final state. So for the final state, we get no colors. So li.data set sorting equals state.current. This will just be the boolean of this. So double not to turn this to a straight boolean, which I'll compare for later. And then I think I have to do this in the effort of, so I'm going to be comparing against the minimums and maximums. So if they're undefined, things catch on fire. Min. So basically, oh, Copilot, you got it exactly. Hopefully, they're like, oh, there's like, what is there? Is there 4 or 8 different variations of me less than versus less than equaling around? But figure that out later. Now selected, this is why I wanted more data than there was initially, is going to be when it's exactly the min and the max, and this only happens at the end of each comparison. You know, I do want access to the one that's being attempted. I do have try sitting around here, so maybe that is going to be that. We don't want this. Comparing. That's cool. Okay, that seems alright. So now we're just mangling around a bunch of LIs, messing with their data sets, all the fun stuff. This is all happening zip zap instantly. We don't want this to happen. We want there to be a delay, which is why I made this asynchronous. Copilot knows what I want, a delay of more than 1 second. Let's go 2.5 seconds, because my goldfish memory will need time to read. Time for our first test, folks. Let's watch the fires. Come on, fire time. You don't even want to load anymore? Okay. Someone's really caught this one on fire. I love your browser sync, but oh, sorting.children is undefined. Interesting. Query selector ID of sorting list. So is this undefined, or is it children that's undefined? Well, it's the one that's undefined. So this dot children, it's empty, not undefined. Oh, accessing it is undefined. So we have to handle that with a question mark. So this is our initial pass-through of it literally hasn't been made yet. Hey, thanks for the follow there. The Clothes Shears, or the Clothes Shearser. That's a good name either way. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. We're over here doing the, probably not a good idea in hindsight, implementing from scratch a little animation. List items, item index. Great. More things on fire. Item index. Ooh, because that's -1. Yeah. No, now I'm thinking of it. I don't need the key. I just need the item index. So let's change all of these references to index. Save myself some life. It's also a number, so double equals there. I have the word index and the letter I representing index. I won't confuse that at all. And then if you are correct, this item's index question mark dot or empty string. Probably could have just done it there instead, but we're too far in. Yeah, I love your browser sync, but you're in the way now, so I'm gonna permanently disable you. So what is it? X node mon. Yeah, goodbye browser sync. You will not be missed. Man, now database wants to be slow. Come on. Oh, look at that. 1, 3. So we're getting consoles. Maybe I should have turned this up a little bit. Let's do 500 milliseconds. Since we ain't got an eternity to wait here, folks. 1, 3, 2. So it's doing it. We just can't see any of it. 0, and then 5. That was pretty cool. It made a list. The bare minimum, folks. Now time to make this list look pretty. Very minimum. We need to want it to be horizontal, because I think it's gonna look better. But hold on. If you have a billion items in your list, I don't think there's any visualization I'm going to make that's gonna make it look good. But I think horizontal. Horizontal is how it looks in my brain, so we're going with horizontal. I gave you an idea of sorting list, and that was purely, I guess it wasn't purely for styling purposes, but it's also for these purposes. So all the LIs in here get, not, I guess I would do a list style of none, but that's for the list itself. For the actual items, or the list items, I want them to be displaying inline block. There we go. This is where I would start doing my text, but I just want to see if they're horizontal. There we go. 1, 3, 2. Okay, so the magic thing is magically happening. Now it's time to style based on sorting, possible, selected, and comparing. So look at all these query selectors, folks. So we are sorting on these, we're styling based on these, but some of them, let's just paste them all down here so I have them. It's some of them are styling, so it was a default styling that I didn't explicitly add it here. So these are the ones that matter. Sorted is the new fancy one that I'm like, let's get crazy. So for by default, here comes the default. Here comes the magic. You're gonna have a content. Oh no, I'm styling the before. That's too late. Copy this. Still want the original to be the block, but the before of it should be a content. What do I want to use? I'll use a vertical bar and a color. It's by default. Let's make it green. If my algorithm is properly displaying the data, no matter what the color, it should be somewhat obvious what's going on. But now for these, we get for possible, selected, and comparing. So if it's not possible, it's red. If it's possible, though, so data.possible is true. I hit the magic key by wrong. Then it's green. If it's selected, then it's yellow. So this is a copy of that. Cascading should make selected happen better. Ooh, gold does look. I'll go yellow, just stick with the primaries. I mean, it's not primary, but save the names. Yeah, thank you. What's comparing do? That sets it to gold, right? No, wait, this sets it to gold. What's comparing do? Oh, this is if the word is having a comparison against it. This isn't affecting the line, because that's for selected. So I guess it's for the li itself that we make it gold. So I'll just yoink some of this. So when the li is being compared, then the entire li becomes yellow. Nah, these colors are not at all going to be confusing. I don't know, CSS. I love CSS. Everything's green. The yellow is changing though. So wait, 2, 4, 5. Oh, so wait, the yellow actually did change. Let's okay, first let's get this a little better. So what's up with this div, this UL? How do I do the text centering thing? The title centered. How did I do that? Text center, is that all we do? Poof. Will you be centered now? That's all I want. There we go. It's centered. Yeah. So so 2 to 3 goes 4. 3 to 2, 1 goes 0. A 2, 4, 5. Hey, okay. This is actually style be darned. This is what I want. Okay. The colors are all green though. It's a great sadness. So it's either my CSS or my HTML is failing. Oh, everything's undefined. Well, I wonder which one is failing. So everything is undefined except sorting, which is still false. So sorting is not even where it's supposed to be. That's supposed to be true. I had to see everything's broken. Possible, selected, and comparing all of the things. So state, current, and so this is I'm looking at the latest state of the HTML. I should look at the progressing false, true. So we do have things flipping around. Data comparing, true, false. So yeah, this thing's flipping around, and then this thing catches on fire because undefined and so instead of use this logic, I could go real crazy. I chuck a or false. My mind is not smart enough to figure out if that's going to be proper though, so I'm going to use a ternary operator to say if you have current, then your value is whatever that Boolean expression turns into. If you don't have current, you're false. But yeah, my final state is going to be all clear, so that makes sense. I do have a thing about all these text still being on the screen, but we'll figure that out. Okay, I need to actually see the things. Come on, this is taking a hot moment to actually manually navigate there. So yeah, let's just manually change one of them to be like, hey, congratulations, you just got selected. But you're the last one. Of course, it's not going to work. You just got selected. So that doesn't do anything. Selected equals true does a nothing. Supposed to turn the thingy. Ooh, wait a minute. I'm checking that the before is selected true, isn't it? I need to check that the element has this attribute. Ah, there it is. Found it. And then before the element that has attribute, then do the thing. So I think it was my CSS then. Well, there it is. Think something turned yellow. Okay, so we're getting yellow. We're not getting red. Wait a minute. LI before he's always green. LI before. Did I accidentally put that there? Hope I did. Nope, that doesn't go to anything important. Oh, we got some red, green, red. Oop. Okay, now it's going too fast. So yeah, I think 1250 should be an appropriate middle speed. Also, I know it was breaking browser sync before. The server would restart and browser sync would restart, but it wouldn't be ready. Okay, so 3, 1, 1 goes there, 2 to the right, 3 to the right, 4, 3 to the left, 2 to the left, 1 to the left. Good. 2 to the right, 4 to the right. Okay, so these are all correct. It's not visually perfect. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. Maybe let's drop these, what you call these hyphens, or these for an underscore. Maybe it's just too much clutter for my eyes. The insertion of the new element and the selecting of the thing is happening at the same time, which it should be. I would like it to be slowed down though. How would we like to do this? Whenever I'm inserting a thing, slow my roll. But I literally am just like, hey, you about to insert something? Slow it. Maybe that'll do what I want. Too fast. Okay. So we're about to see when there's only one yellow dash, that's where we slow. That is correct. Maybe it'll look better with the animation library involved. By the way, the colors are all right, and it is playing right. I don't mean to sound so negative. It's just, we're getting there, folks. Okay, so I think this is what I want. Now for the animation library, that's supposed to be one-line magic. So the native JS import. Okay, how do we do the CDN tomfoolery? Okay, I'm not using a bundler. CDN. Download. It's probably at the bottom because native JS is weird. Nope. Nope. We can do cool things like that. Maybe. I just want the basic animation, so I probably got to go to GitHub to see. Take me to your GitHub. Okay, in here we can search for CDN. Okay, where's the distribution thing? There's source. Releases. There we go. I guess we'll just download it. Tags. Okay. There we go. We'll just take your latest thing. Source code. Don't have a compiled thingy for me. Source. Nope. Okay. I guess I am. What does a build look like? How tedious. Build executes node build MJS. Okay. I mean, source might be enough. Can I just import this? Ooh, it's a TypeScript file. I cannot. So definitely gotta go through the builds. What would the build script look like? It does all the magic. Rollup. Rollup's cool. Okay, I assume it does the coolness, so I'll just clone you. So npm I, and then it'll be npm run build. Okay, you can run all these commands while it's still loading, folks. That is a huge clone, apparently. Okay, let's leave that do its job while we do the rendering of the other part, which is the current thing we're comparing to. So we've been kind of just doing this. What I'd like is directly below to be kind of like a 3-column thing, so where you can see here the blank space, and then below the screen the actual thing we're comparing to, the new value, and then for it to kind of, I don't know, for it to do something. Figure out what that something is in a moment. Because I'm not sure if I'm liking what this is until this is actually done. But we do have the current comparison here. This is where I don't know how this library is going to work, because all of the examples they've shown, I don't want to go for another library because Either way, it's going to be a bit of work, and I want to do the least amount of work possible. That's what this library promises. Dist. Oh, there it is. There's an index file in the dist. Let's take a quick looky-loo. Index min.js or index m.js. I would like the minimum one, I guess. I am a production web chat. So yeah, let's copy that to public. Oh, to our folder, public. Animate.js is the file pattern they go with, I believe. Back to the website. Oh, you auto-closed it. That's cool. Head on over back to it, see what they call their import. So we would like to maintain as much consistency as possible. Auto-animate.js. Loving that. Okay. Now I'm seeing a lot of modules, and I don't think there's anything stopping me from being a module, so it is module time. Which means in my list.js, I'm just like, ha, type module, boom, we're done, folks, right? How do they use it? Const, oh, you just call auto-animate on the thing you want to animate. So I call it on sorting, on my semicolon. Then I just import it from that path is almost exactly what I want, but I don't have a JS folder. I just have public folder. And that should relative to the current location. Nope, we want an absolute path relative to the absolute. Okay, not being relative. The opposite of relative. Derelative. Yeah, I think this is what I want. I gotta turn dev back on. PX node mod. Big sad. Cannot find module auto animate index mjs. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Run dev npx node mod. In this folder, we do this part, and it should already be working if there aren't any errors. I see 18 errors, so clear. Oh, look at that. It's appearing. It's real subtle. Ooh, the 3 kind of whooshed in there. 2, the whooshed in there. Okay, yeah, this is working. The content, the little underscore is part of the item. Again, I don't know what I was looking for, but not the worst. Again, high expectations of person who doesn't know what they want. So it's the worst. Nope, and it just refreshed. I love that for me. Can we do better? It's the before. That's the styling thing that's making it look weird. So I chose before because I wouldn't have to manage another element in the children thing to make sure that I'm at the correct index to insert the new thing. So right now my index of where to insert thing is my literal loop index, so I insert them all at the right spots. So I'm using before. What if I use border left, or what if I just use a dot? Because it's the width of this that is being uncool. Use a period instead. It's at the bottom, but it's not as wide. I think it's the best we're gonna get. You know, we should also color the text too. Yeah, it's color the text. Maybe the text coloring is what I'm really wanting. I'm gonna lose the specificity, I think, but I think it's going to be what we want. So we already have those two. Just the green and the red that I'm missing. So li not colored, you're red. Li, if you are colored, you're green. Let's see how that looks. Indentation. Nah, we don't care about it. Let's just throw it in the page. Okay, so it does appear to be animating properly. It's a little slow at this point, though. Okay, yeah, that end of index ones appear to be a little janky. Oh, and the coloring of text. Let's just increase the speed. 1,000 should be 1 second. It's probably what I'm gonna land at. Eh. Yeah, the text coloring is just too much. I think I had it right at the beginning. Goodbye to text coloring. Hello to vertical bar. And we'll just add a little adding 0.1 rems around this. We will call that styled enough. I don't want to spend an eternity on this. There we go. So we'll need this 1,000 insertion there. I'm trying to think out where the insertion delay goes. So yeah, this ain't styling. This is picking insertions. It is technically styling. Don't worry though. We will get this done before this session is over. I see my initial state kind of needs to just zoom through, doesn't it? But I am liking the additional delay I added. Ooh, that delay. Let's look at the last one. 2, the 4, 5. That's where you insert it. Yeah, I don't need that delay. Let's get rid of it entirely. See how it looks. And there's only 3 variations of this. With delay, with extra delay, with no delay. Yeah, the addition and the selecting makes it most obvious. Okay, with that, it's time to show our comparison, I believe. Okay, it's time to figure out, see if it's possible to do the extra thing I wanted, and then move forward. So we have the state. Don't need that comparison. We have the actual comparison. Denormalize. Oh, I was like, where would that go, red? It's right here. So now this here, since we deleted that log and that one too, we didn't need those. It's weird. Yeah, it's a good fact too. Node mod also shouldn't be restarting on front end changes. Yeah, so it's select, compare, select, compare. Okay, so let's see how that works. Let's see, what state are we doing? Comparison state is basically this logic here. Has compared. It's here. That is the final one, right? So it's, nope, not there. If has compared. Either way, we are getting the same comparison out, just sometimes even, sometimes it's not. So this is always true. And the logic of has compared is going to be for updating another element we have down here. So this is, I suppose we can do a little front end logic. Put this in a div. We have sorting a list, and then we have, this is only getting styled though. I'm trying to think positionally. I want this to be directly below the element, so I will position that. Well, this technically is a bit of sorting we already have. MVP, folks. Never get too lost in all the bells, whistles, could, would, should. Get your MVPs down. So this is just it makes a sorting, and then it has a little button somewhere on the page that will recall the sort. So this does get to live in a div. Congratulations. At least to live in a card too, with button replay. This little button sorting container give you an idea of. Oh, don't mean to click that. Wait, draw no new image today. And for that, we'll target the button and do the magic. So let us do some front end code there. Turns out all this comparison logic, we're not using it just yet. Again, MVP. So let's see. It's technically my animate function. And some of this is also ran once. So function, replay, animation. So let's find our sorting container. Document query selector. And we're targeting the button directly in you. Add event listener, click. We'll directly call replay animation. There we go. And then we'll just use this to be honest. If this, and we're also using C here for, look at all this cleanup we have to do. We trim down to MVP. So this is some onload stuff. Get the sorting thing, animate the sorting list. And then this is the logic of actual sort. So we'll make another function. Actually, we'll make a variable up here. Let sorting equals false. Then we'll rename this to play animation. And how I spell animation. And then in here, this is the content, surprise, of our play animation function. Get asynchronous so everyone is happy. Rename this to playing. We'll move these variables up so they're a little bit more readable. Auto animate return our thing? Then probably not. And here comes our logic. If not playing, return. So at any point, if the animation is not done, we get out of here. Preferably. Let's drop this off too, since we're not doing that part right now. We'll rewrite it later. Yeah, this will all be in an if at the very minimum. Just because we have a few global variables that do not exist or do not need to exist outside of this. So, you know, a little iffy to help encapsulate our stuff. We have our list, then we have our sort states. Equals that, absolutely lovely. And playing is false. We got all of our constants, all of our data, our initializer technically lives down here with our other initialization statements. And then we will say if playing, then we will call ourselves back in a moment. Just so we don't accidentally start playing ourselves before we have stopped. But first we want to actually tell it to stop playing. Here is our playing equals true. And since this is replayable, we now need to clear out our sort. So sorting playing.inner HTML equals empty text. And now this should work. Trying to think where I want to put this beginning or end. I don't think it matters too much timing wise, but let's see what happens. after we wait for our server to turn back on. Ah, great. He broke it. Does this button at least work? Oh, the button does work. Hey, it's not initially called on the page. We'll also update the text of this button too. Again, a lot of state logic here, but it's okay. It is working perfectly though. I'm trying to think where I want this delay to be. Maybe I'm putting it in the wrong loop. I'm doing it after each item. I want to pause after each change of state. Oh, we're near our break, but I think this might be its final change, folks. Oh, that didn't do nothing. Oh, so we are doing it after our change of states. Huh. Didn't feel like it. Really? Are we really doing it in the right place? Huh. I guess so. Well, we'll make a nice commit of this after we put this in a card real quick. Let's go to the home page and find ourselves a card styles or container. Yeah, maybe container is what we're looking for. Just something to style it up real quickly. Nothing too fancy. So I would want text center, but I'd want it on the parent since we're centering all the things. We'll have a button here, which we need to last name it with something prettier than this. Button. Man, button primary. Let's see if that puts it somewhere in the center. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Play animation. And then that'll put it below its thing. Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit more messing with this to get our thing working good. So if playing is true, this dot text content equals replay animation. And then eventually we need to actually clear all these, which I just realized we're not doing. So at the very end, after everyone is happily done, we say playing equals false, then change the text back to play animation. After this works, we commit, make our change, and take our break. So we click play, it's doing its thing. See it turn back to play in a moment. Oh, I probably should have centered both of them. Oh, that's my margin thing, isn't it? Hey, Uberfly Storm, how's it going? We over here, just finished our little animation thing. We're just manipulating DOM elements, and we call it like one line in the auto animate library recently found about. All I'm doing now is getting rid of some margin, or padding, whatever this is. Yep, getting rid of some padding. Hope your Tuesday's been going pretty well. Having a 0 for the hero. And with that, we can delete that. And sorting list. So all this logic is going to be not actually sorting list. Try to think. Sorting. There we go. So if the list is still doing the sorting magic, which is determined right here, and we do all this. Okay, that is the final bit of it. Hopefully these styles do as I expect. So that broke. So li.sorting It's not class sorting, it's thing equaling true. So it's data dot sorting equals true. You got lots of logic in this CSS. Don't worry about it though. CSS is made for logic. It can handle it. There we go. This makes the binary part of the binary insertion much more obvious. Especially when the list gets big. Poof, and then once it's sorted, it is sorted. And it returns back, replay, let's say replay it. BEA beautiful. Oh, I appreciate that Uberfly storm. Yeah, I don't mean to make him so long. I just meant to. Just takes me a bit to get it all working, you know. Ah, that's a good question. C films. So most of my GitHub recos are some form of app or project, but I don't know. I guess I haven't really counted ever. But I suppose I should count at some point. Add sorting animation. Again, it's so difficult to just be like, it's done when I know I can make this look a little better. There you go, X metrics, all of them. I have started all of the projects. All of the projects in existence, I started them. Okay, so I need some CSS for this card. There we go. Class name card. That's what I want. I really, really want. You know what? Maybe I want a literal card too. Yeah, I'll just take an actual card. Yoink. I was like, I'm gonna steal some CSS. So I'm gonna take the whole thing. Where is it? Yeah. Try to find the ending tag of this. There it is. 100 pages. Nice, C films. Yeah, I mean, when you database powered, you can make so many ones, right? Professional abandonment dev. I mean, hey, if you can make that title pay you, go for it, you know? Whatever gets you the money. So no key. We do have a header. No, we don't have a header. Do we have a footer? We don't have a footer. I guess our button is our footer. Yeah, we do have a footer. Contains cool button. And then this is our body. Technically, yeah, this is our body. And our header is just, hey. What do I use for headers otherwhere? Control Shift F, what do I use? Header equals. So an index, I use this, just an anchor class. Just text. No, nothing special. It's just, it could just be strings sometimes too. Yeah, I'll just use a string. Everyone loves strings. Animation. Sorting animation. Awesome. Now this is missing an ID of thing, so just for JavaScript's sake, you do get an ID, but you don't get any of that. Again, this is my card component not being flexible enough. But that should be enough. Let's see, watch this front end thing look good. Never mind, card, it needs an import. Of course. Of course. Yeah, C films, I've heard of developer advocate jobs. They definitely seem interesting. It got me an interest on them for sure. I mean, I'm open to everything, but it does seem like a fun position for sure. Alright, got it. What's this? What's this doing? This ain't doing what I want. I want it to be not that wide. Row columns, 1, 2, 3, G4. So this does it by saying, huh. Do I have any other container cards that I have a card component ran twice, so I have to use it twice. I use it in my profile. Again, this is a row, my auth form, more of that. I just want this to not be so wide. Ah, X metrics, you're not wrong, I suppose, you know? Oh, it's wrapped in a column. What if I'm just like, hey, you're not wrapped in a column? Hope it doesn't like that. With max content. What if you are back in a column? I'll put it back. How does this thing works? Text align center margin auto. Yeah, I have seen that. I mean, yeah, Rufio. I mean, they're not developer advocate, but they work for Appland, and working on that's part of their job. So yeah. Then Mewtwo, I think, did some a few streams for their job. So yeah, it's definitely interested. Okay, so I want to style you a little better. So sorting container card. So CSS. So yeah, this turned into a CSS stream, folks. My bad. Sorting container card. With this, do that. I would like you to have some padding top too. When rem. Oh no, that's bad. Sorting container. You get the padding top. There we go. Yeah. You also want some padding bottom too, so you just get padding everywhere. Yeah, everyone gets more padding. 2.5 rems of padding. You deserve it. Copilot, know what I want. No, you don't know what I want. Great sadness. Get these things at least chronologically ordered. Oop, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's true, right? We are all our own developer advocates. And this is technically all within here, so again, this is poor man's SCSS or poor man's SAS, right? Okay, with right now, I broke this JavaScript at some point. Let's see how I did that. Query selector is null. Okay, line 75. How dare you fail me? It's directly to button, so I don't have that. It is now descendant of button. It should be ready now. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been doing too much specifically with the Rascal 2 brand development. I mean, unless you count this. Sorting container card. So none of that got stopped. Yeah, I mean, the website kind of builds itself. Like, I'm not really adding too much to it. It does what it does, and it's doing its job. I said direct descendant. That's why it's not working. Again, I made the same error twice now. Hey, look at that. Okay, so now my animation. Oh, great sadness 75. It's still failing. Sorting container button. I swear there's a button under that sorting container. It's right there, I tell you. Right there. Watch this. I'm gonna log it for you. What I'm assuming here is I have a stale version of index.js for whatever reason. Okay, there it is. Click the button. Hey, look at that. It's playing. Do I ever work with CEO or SEO? Yeah, I've worked with a bit of SEO, at least on my site, because it was important to be there on my site to have, things properly represented, sorting. I tried to be accessible, which does play into CEO, using proper classes or using ARIA tags if possible, machine readable date times, stuff like that. Yeah, I know enough about SEO. Keep trying CEO, my future position. Hey, I keep saying SEO, but yeah, I know enough about it to make it not bad. Here we go. Okay, this is a good animation. Now let's add some more things. things I don't have a large list to test it on. So, oh, I'm just gonna do some renames. There we go. We renamed the list to big words. 111. There we go. So we just rename them all. Then our animation will get super long. I'm gonna close that tab now, and I can ditch this for whatever reason that existed. 444. Okay, let's go 4 times in honor of the number 4. Trying to think. 3. I saw 3 a bunch. Let's do that one, and now test our width. 3 threes. Let's see how badly our animation scales. Oh, not too badly. There's a weird jittery thing, but that's fine. It's not the worst. It's acceptable. Well, those are all my named things. Oh, that is painful, though. That's the width of this, not like scaling or whatever. You know, to be honest, it's not that bad. Not that bad. And last bit of styling, I swear. When list sorting equals false, we still want this, but the difference is that when it's false, we want the color of gray. Yeah, I'd say so. Now we're not going to see that till the animation plays, so one last time, and this also needs to be centered. All these things need to be centered, folks. I keep saying last CSS thing. That's what CSS is, huh, folks? It always tries to get you. Where's my center? Sebter, not Sebter. Center. Not that center. I think it's literally text center. I'm just not confident in myself, so we're gonna have to see. And then this header, I have to wrap it in something, so equals JSX span last name equals text center. Grab my lovely text, put that closing curly, and shove it right there. Oh, look, I do like the grays. They make a nice offset, and the text is now no, which means the parent needs to be text centered. It's not centered because my parent is some weird justified thing that it works for the other cards, but not for this particular card. Okay, goodbye. We're not doing that. Okay, let's finally get this commit changed. I think this is fine. No consoles generation, and one little call to magic function. Good. Oh, don't close in that file, VS Code. Yeah, adding auto animate. It's getting shoved in the Git, not as a CDN. Not the worst thing. CSS. All the CSS. Yeah, at least it's all in one thing, so. Is there a duplicate here? One for before, one for not. Well, in that case, I will sort them in this direction. Kind of chronological. Yes, hold on. This is dedents, actually. These 3 dedent, because they're for the core element. This is for the pseudo element before. Li before. Li data crumple before. So these 2 technically belong to each other. So let's. Oh, there we go. Really chopping on that indentation. These are also before, so these 3 come forward. Yeah, they're just different conditionals for before. There we go. So all Li, so Li before. Let's see, so Li, then we have Li conditional, different something. Then Li before, all befores. Yeah, I'll keep them together because they're related, but break a little chronological sorting, but it's good enough. Get status, get add, make that box bigger. Get add public, add use, and get status. I think that should be it. Commit. What do we say? Ah, gotta update my package JSON. And this is a whole new feature, so didn't even update the minor version. Add sorting animation. Let's get that pushed. Let's get that pushed everywhere. Git push. How does this work? I think that's how I push to that branch. Nope. I know how to do the thing. Don't worry about it. Ah, great. Git push to... I've done this before, but I don't have any of my terminal autocompletes actually with me, so I don't get to see it. Git push remote name branch name. That don't seem right. Nope, that's not right. Git push origin old branch new branch. Okay, git push origin main release. There we can. I'll probably gotta do a force because I broke something at some point. There we go, and that will perform the whole CI/CD to get that on Heroku. Oh, GC Films, I'm glad you survived. Yeah, I don't want to ask, but how big was the spider? You know, oof. On your hand, huh? Crawling up your hand. Oof. Yeah, that's enough heebie-jeebies for a break, I would say, folks. Let us not think of the spider that is crawling up all of our hands. And stretch, hydrate, and relax while you do so. I mean, hey, if you're stretching, then spiders can't climb on you, theoretically. Don't quote that as legal advice. Yeah. And hey, thanks for coming on by Cam's Bams. Came just the time of our break. Hope your Tuesday's going well. Yeah, Cam's base. There's a lot of different things to stream, a lot of different things to wade code, you know? Python and Java, that's pretty good. Advanced Python, data structures and algorithms, leak codes. Yeah, I mean, Python's a pretty good language to do all that in. Hope it's been treating you well. Yeah, feel free to make your way on back, folks, as our break is coming to an end. And here we go, folks. So for those who don't know, it is basically 30 minutes until the 100 devs class starts. So we're going to think that much. Nope. I know math. I'm gonna keep changing the number till we get there. There we go. 30 minutes till we raid Leon. But until then, we should be able to get at least one Cypress test installed. Only going for one, folks. Don't buy up more than you can chew. So boom, sorting animation, done. We're just gonna run this lovely old command. And it's been a while since I used it, so I'm probably just gonna go back through the docs again. How do we do this? Show me your getting started guide, please. Features, how it works. How it works? I just want the getting started guide. Where are the docs? Get started. There it is. I was blind. Okay, so we did the install. Oh, I probably should have saved dev'd it. Oops. I don't want to watch your video. Yep. Dev is probably what I want it as. Ooh, and it's probably got a big install too. I did not realize this would be that looks like I only had a minute left. In the meantime, we'll go through the rest of this. Or as yarn, love that. No direct, thankfully. Continuous integration. Hopefully it just works. Cross his fingers. If you're on Linux, you have to install this stuff. I'm on Linux, so I'll make sure that stuff is installed. While I read more. Open the app and take it for a test drive. npx Cypress open. That's our script. CLI tool, launchpad. Wow, this really has changed quite a fair amount. Oh. Hey, okay, let's see. We had all the dependencies installed and still doing that. Only needs another minute. Might as well finish reading the docs. Quick configuration. Cypress config file. Pick a browser. I do want myself some end-to-end testing. So let's leave that one open and go to the next. Where'd my music go? There it is. So add a test file. Wow, it's all. This wasn't all you through the thing before. You had to do some of this in VS Code, but now, huh? Fancy. Wow, they've really improved this. Right, a real test, application, visual. Okay, I understand all this logic. How do I get the server started? So Cypress start server. So this needs to run all as one magical command. Here we go. Boot a local server. I saw that text. It was still download. Probably needs to download all three browsers, which I guess. Or I assume I have enough. Uh-oh. Darn it. Okay, let me make sure the stream's still working. It is. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so this is going to take a good 2 minutes for me to free up some hard drive space, basically, because I just saw it ran out of space. So, let me see which I can get rid of. I can first get rid of this database that I'm not using. Just need to chuck some files out real quick. Oh, those aren't any files there. That'll take a minute, folks. There we go, and then I should be able to rerun this install command, because I have freed up a little bit. And the rest will free up as it moves off this drive. There we go, 302 free, so should be enough for it to finish. Let's see, where's the server talk? I will need to figure that out. There we go. So don't do that. Gotcha. Using the wait on module, block Cypress until your server is booted. Start server and test module. Takes a long time. Thankfully it doesn't. So you just want me to run this command. So my test command will be npm start. Why do they have two different lines? That's a weird example. Nope, look, it looks like it's all finished. So we should see a bunch of Cypress stuff around here. Huh, things have changed. Okay, so I guess follow the instructions back over here. npm run Cypress open or npx Cypress paste. Big sadness. Does not have executable permissions. I didn't install anything of sudo, but ooh, okay. Try clearing the cache. That's probably what happened. Because the out of memory thing, so hopefully this install doesn't take too much longer. npm yeah, we'll just rerun save dev. Should do the needly up. It looks good to me. npx Cypress. Great sadness. So Cypress executable not found here. So let's just look at that directory. It don't exist. Okay, so we may literally only get one Cypress test ran. So let's rerun the Cypress commando. Oh, please reinstall by running this command. The command changed and I didn't recognize it. So now it's going to do the reinstall, and now that I have... Oh, look, we even get a progress indicator. That would have been nice before. Okay, not too bad, though. So using the wait on module, you block Cypress run from executing until Cypress... here's the test. Run. So it looks like this is what it is meant to be, kind of, and run is the thing that runs the test. So I might as well update my package of JSON with a lovely... We do have that test too. So this will be E2E test, which will be... Where's my start and wait server on, right? So my wait on should be usable. Literally whatever I have here, there, and Cypress run. Ooh, there's even a config option there, huh? You know, I'm not going to do that. Just that should be good enough. And we'll make ourselves 2 little packages here, and then test will be running both of them. If that should be right. First unit test, then end-to-end test. Testing environment should be set to thing correctly, which I will do right here. Cross env node environment equals testing. I'm trying to think, do I do that? This one? I'll just do it on both of them, or all of them for now. There we go. Okay, oh, and there's the thing. npx Cypress open should be ready to go. First time using Cypress 10.5. Yes, it is. There we go. Light theme, but it's okay. We shall survive. End-to-end testing. No view, so no dark theme. Sorry, folks. We are in light theme for the rest of this bit. Okay, Cypress config. Oh, we added files. I love files. Lots of good files. I trust you. And Chrome is the popular one, so I know I love me Firefox. We will do Firefox in a moment. Okay, all this scaffold examples, create new. I would like a scaffolding. Oh wow, you've added a lot of stuff. That's cool. Check out them settings. Project, dark theme. Dark theme. Dark theme. Probably a different settings page. Dashboard. Oh, not that dashboard. External editor. Yeah, VS Code, I guess. Proxy, testing. Okay, all kinds of cool stuff. Let's look at the actual code they've showed at us. What's this doing? Oh, this is my Cypress run commando. And there it is. Let's have a look. We have end-to-end fixtures, name, email, body, mock response data. Yeah, I'm not going that far. We're working on real databases. Please just delete the fixtures folder. Oh, not that one. That's an old testing I was messing around with. Support commands. Okay, so it's basically just a way of importing and creating stuff. I do remember this. I don't think I need the support folder. I think it may have just been a hot minute since you checked it, Grat Kane. Yeah, I've had these. I haven't touched the whatchamacallit, channel point options in about like 2 weeks or so. It feels. Thanks for coming on by the way. Your Tuesday's been going well. Hyped for class. Downloads. Don't know what that is. We can get rid of it. Over here messing with Cypress. Seeing how we can write some end-to-end tests. Come on, Copilot. Or not Copilot. Come on, Formatter. Format the things. Advanced examples. Yikes, that's a lot of examples. Expected to end in one tab, but found 2 spaces. Ooh, with spaces, disgusting. I mean, I love spaces. I love people who use spaces. I just don't love the spaces themselves. Oh man, VS Code's even got confused. Using tabs, too. Thank you. Missing semicolons, and the formatter is just not working today. No wonder it's not working today. Format document with ESLint. There we go. Format document with configure default to ESLint. There we go. And now this thing's just angry because it's blind. Yeah, this should be ready to work now. So yeah, lots of first, last, should. We just want the page to load at this point. So let's comment out all of these. No, I think that's the wrong one. We do want one of them. Oh, there was a double nested block. Gotcha. Okay, so let's start our Cypress, not HTTPS, HTTP, localhost 1337. And we should just see some stuff here. So this is kind of the power of Cypress, is that it's all kind of, it's very visual. You don't have to write a bunch of code and figure out what's going on. It's very much, you write the code and it runs it in your browser. Now this thing's angry because it can't find a file. So I deleted a bunch of stuff. How was I supposed to delete all that stuff? But we're doing the one thing that our last test couldn't do. We're opening the server. The project does not contain a default support file. Okay. Set support file to false. Okay, so I did some delay tang. Did too much delay tang, apparently. Where did I set support file to false? Somewhere around here. And it's only going to take me an extra 30 seconds to see if this is the right place or not. Let's auto format this while we're here. It's not destroying, it's crafting to my needs by destroying it. My formatter, again, is being angry. ESLint, VS Code's just like, you want a formatter for this or this? It's like, that's a TypeScript file. I was wrong. You were right, VS Code. Hey, it looks happy now. There we go. Okay. Update this little file. And now this is going to run our new start testing. There we go. Took another loady load. There's only to do, so I don't know why you're so confused. Cannot detect test in this file. Yeah, because there is a test though. Oh, there's not a test. This time it was right. I was wrong. Before each, visit the thing, and then we do logic. Gotcha, that was before each block. Confused. Oh, here it goes. And the server was dead. So now for development purposes, I gotta be all like npx node mon. Actually, npm run start end to end. I don't have a testing environment right now, so this is the best we're gonna get. Rerun the test, please. Oh, jeez. Hey, look at that website. It found a website. Glad to see it. Okay, I mean this is the bare minimum I'm looking for. Let's see. So we're just looking for the page to contain text. Looks like they use have.text. So if I just say sci.get body should have text of pairwise sorter. That's bare minimum we're looking for. It has text. Is home page is displayed. Should have text and should also be logged out. So we should see a login button. There we go. We have homepage and we have a login button. It's bare minimum we're looking for, folks. Ooh, and it automatically refunds for us. To have text. Okay, a lot of tabs this thing opened. Cypress element contains text. So have.text is very much triple equals. I want contains, probably. I mean, I guess technically the obtaining of something counts as the assertion of that something existing, so it's kind of a mixture of behavior and testing, but it works. Boom, we have something with that and something with that. Okay, now, with the initial thing, we're not going to have all this stuff on the website because there'll be a fake database and all that, but we ain't there yet. This is making me realize that for a full CI/CD test, there needs to be some form of database spun up, which means MongoDB server will need to be spun up for all this stuff to happen. So, we might not be able to do this test, but at least we'll get hello world with home page is displayed. Let's delete a lot of this. I love the docs, but we ain't needing them here. All the advanced examples we can find on the GitHub. Let's get this config file to be happy. Use tabs. Implement event listeners. I don't know what this is about. But this is new stuff, folks, you know? I've never seen this stuff in my life. Set up node events. Let's close that since that's working. Close that. I do be curious. Tap into the internal behavior of Cypress. Okay, that's cool. I have no interest in doing that, though. Okay, so just getting this cleaned up for a commit. Let's see. ESLint. I would like ESLint to be happy. Try to make ESLint happy when possible. And there's a plugin. I'll love it to see it. Exit. PM install. Let's close a couple of these tabs, because don't write 50 tests first, you write one test at a time. Save dev, plugins, Cypress. You can now add rules and allow certain globals. There we go, that's the thing it's angry about. So I think I really just want the globals. I'll maybe add the other stuff later. Okay, let's see if ESLint is happy. Okay, let's see if there's an ESLint. Restart the server. Remember ESLint. There it is. It is happy. Sample, yeah, I guess we'll just rename this to home page. You know what? We're not gonna put that in a folder. We'll take this out of the folder. There we go. Don't need to be in a getting started. Delete that, what this downloads folder is, but we're here now. Page is displayed. Let's see our tests. Runs the unit test, which does that. The end-to-end test, which needs to start up a Mongo. So npm MongoDB server, memory server specifically. See if we can get that spun up via an npx command. Full readme. I would love me a readme. And then we're gonna see if GitHub Action can run a MongoDB memory server. So lots of shoulders of giants standing on, folks. So start Docker. I don't want to know. Sorry, Goldfish. So yeah, all this code, I don't want to programmatically start it. I want it to CLI start. Ooh, Alpine's not. That's kind of sad. I don't know which ones are built on Alpine, but I know some test runners are. Okay, so ain't gonna be getting this set up just yet. But we can test some. We can test one thing. So we're gonna make 2 commits, 1 test for each. Unit test, E to N test. Let's go ahead and npm run E to E, 2E2, E2E test. So I should wait for the server after starting it, of course. How do I start the server? Oh, I do a concurrently call. Gotcha. So end-to-end test is concurrently the 2 commands. So 1 command, 2 command. Now here comes 1 command, which is it's not node mod, so it's node index.js. There we go. Should technically be a start command. That's setting it to production, so don't want to stack my setters. There we go. Good listening, and we've landed on TCP. And now, that's how I did it down there. There we go. No spec files were found. So I moved my stuff around. Homepage. So I moved it out of there, which is why it's angry. I assume. Run it again. Hey, thanks for the follow there, 0p Black. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. We're over here doing some Cypress tests. Failing though. Cypress E2E underthink. Ooh, it's Psy. So I did rename the file. I was confused about what changed. You have to say Psy or .psy.js. Now I can move it out of this folder. But I get for not reading, folks. Once more, into the test. And for this, we'll call it test all, and we'll still call this test. So test all runs unit test and E to N test. Oh, and here it goes. Zoom, zoom. Page loads. Got some console logs in there because of my dev stuff. More console logs. It will turn off logging in testing environment someday, but that day is not today. Look at that. It went to the home page. Ta-da! Hey, thanks for the follow there. Appalandic. Or App Andy? App Andy, yeah. Inya is small. That's for highlighting, like, lines of code. If you're all trying to be like, your arrow's on line, this line, but you all can't, like, vocally describe it textually. It's like, line 12 or something like that. Exited with code 0. Oh, the server also needs to stop, too. Lots of things not working with this test, but that's okay. And now we need to ignore some more Cypress stuff. There we go, because one cool thing that Cypress does, it makes videos. Pretty cool. It's not, it's on the other monitor, but here's the video that it spat out for you. So if you're like, man, I wonder why the test failed. If only I could see the web page that failed. The suspense. Ta-da! There wasn't much to see there because once it finished, it exited, but that is what it's meant to do. This is not a user-facing feature, so up on the point 1. And let us see. Sorry, got distracted. Yeah, we got a lot of changes to add. Let us get status through them. So we're like a minute out from Leon starting their stream. So let's see, get add.geslint.getIgnore, both package things. all the Cypress things, hopefully. Okay, that it does appear to be correct. Git diff server. Yep, no changes there. This is our commit. Add Cypress E2 E test. And there we go, folks. What we gotta do? We got a little time, it appears. Yeah, Ryan, Rascal Raid. We getting there. We just finished it up. I don't know if you just jumped back in. We just finished our main project, and yeah, it's probably got less than a minute to go. Play this animation again. Have I done full stack open? I have done parts of full stack open, but not the I haven't done the entire thing. Ismail. And hey, Mavi, how's it going? If you're looking for resources, though, speaking of, you're going to see them in literally 2 minutes when we raid. 100 Devs is a agency with a free training program right here on Twitch. So it's a little easier in Full Stack Open or the Odin projects and stuff. A lot more detail, too. So if you're looking for resources, that's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one we'll be rating. Oh, Leon's not live yet. Hey. Hey, badass. How's it going? I was trying to be like, oh, female badass. I was like, wait, how many S's is there? Female badass. Yeah, it happens, Mavi. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I sent out a tweet for this one because it wasn't really scheduled, so that's probably what it was. Are we rating Leon? Yeah, we're rating Leon. We're rating Leon as soon as they go live. I'm just waiting for them to go live. And it's going well, yeah, filmmaker. Oh, yeah, I think I recognize you. Ah, it happens. You got yoinked. Uh-huh. I mean, there are very few of us in the world who, like, you either get in before the internet booms so you can yoink all the names on all the platforms, or you just don't get all the names. Yeah, yeah, standing by. We were standing by. I mean, I'm around, you know. My name's on Discord. You don't need to really look it up. Rascal 2 if you ever want to ask questions. I'm in the help channels, so you can always learn. It's community taught, right? Do I build iPhone apps? I do not. It's the one ecosystem I'm not involved in, iOS. But I've built React Native apps, which you can deploy on iPhone, so yeah, I guess because it requires, a little bit of money and investment to get in there, so if someone pays me to, I will. Your middle initial in your Twitter, but not my GitHub. Ah, yeah. Well, but you have keys. The cooldown, that's actually, these are both things that I've made myself. So, github.com. Like, how much? I think it's a little money. I'm not sure. This is a developer fee, right? For getting the Apple developer program. Yeah, they're not cheap. Well, you have to actually have an iOS computer to develop on them too, Mavi. Like, I can't write an iPhone app on Linux. Hey, yeah, Ryan, it is live. I haven't deployed to the Play Store because I haven't really made anything for myself, but I've made stuff for other people. I don't know if they've deployed on it. Yeah, but here's the timer if y'all want to look at it. But it is live time, so without further ado, appreciate y'all coming by. Let's raid, learn with Leon. If you want to catch my next stream, exclamation point schedule, or come on by to Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, and Expo. I got in just as they announced Expo, so I played with it, but never really got into it. But hey, folks, I think I might have timed it right. We'll get in just as the upstart. Yeah, I don't really do use Instagram, but yeah, I'll definitely be sure to jump on with it. I'll catch y'all in the other round.